Do you not have like an alarm that goes off or something?
No, I don't. Sorry. We're going live right now. We're live, according
Okay.
to YouTube, we're live. You
Okay.
want to verify that on your phone? Somebody want to verify it in chat if you're here? Tell us that we're live. You can hear us.
We are live.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so as with all of our live streams,
We already have a comment down below.
fantastic. We come into this completely unprepared, so we're actually dummying in some usage for an item.
Well, while you're doing so I was thinking about this one. Well, do we need to do? You want to do the name?
I do, yeah. I guess I gotta make it official, right? So everybody, look, welcome to Atlas. This is our weekly live stream. My name is Andy. Matt's on the right side of your screen, and we're just here to talk about P21. Atlas Precision is an independent provider of consulting services, software programming. That's business rules. Everything P21, whether it's administrative work or whatever. That's all we do is P21. It's the only system that we work on. So we're here today and every week really for two reasons. Number one, just to connect with the P21 user community and talk about things that are of interest or that we see people consistently having questions about. And then number two, and our higher purpose, in my opinion, is part of what we're doing here is raising money for a local charity. So we work with a charity called Kurt's Closet. It should be linked in the description. If it's not, it will be by the time the live stream's over. And we have a coffee account, which is a place that viewers can go to support us, make donations and things like that. And our commitment is that the first $250 a month that we get through coffee from doing these live streams, we're going to turn around and donate that to charity. So we're at 20% of our goal right now for this month. Would love to see that go up. If you guys are so inclined, we would be thrilled for y'all to help us in our mission to help Kurt's Closet. They provide clothes and necessities for underprivileged kids here in our community, and they do fantastic work. All of that said, welcome, and today we're talking purchasing, and it's going to be a deep dive. And I don't normally do show notes. I just wing it, and I actually decided to do some show notes for this. And as I started doing the notes, I was like, I don't know if we're going to get all this in 4 hours. In fact, I doubt we're going to get it all in 4 hours. So if we don't, when we don't, however that ends up playing out, we'll come back and do some more next week. I mean, this is a big topic. It touches a lot of different places in the system, touches a lot of different places in your organization. It's a big deal, and we want to make sure that we're giving it due ample time, and that we're getting people's questions answered. So please interact with us in chat. I can tell you, as much fun as it is for me to talk to Matt for 4 hours, I would really appreciate interacting with some other people as well. And I'm sure he would rather talk to someone other than me. So put things into the chat, ask questions. If there's things that we're not covering or stuff you have questions about, please throw it out there. So Matt, you want to open this one up and just give us your 50,000 foot view before I start going through my notes of where I want to start.
Well, and what I really wanted to say is because, from my previous life at another company, going through P21, doing this, and also being here, purchasing is probably the number one help me topic that we get from anybody. And I just want to let people know, nobody knows all of it. There are so many twists and turns and toggles and settings. And I know I've had a lot of customers that I've talked to that feel like they're failing or they've missed, and it's just there's just so much, you're not going to know it all. My biggest advice on doing this is don't jump straight to Porg. You need to understand the foundations. Porg itself, once you get your settings set, it's not automatic, but it's a lot easier to understand. And so I just go into it with an open mind that nobody's going to expect you to know all of this stuff. And then always my advice is play. It was, to me, it was the best way to learn the purchasing. I actually really enjoy purchasing in P21. I think
Feeling
there's
all right?
yeah, I actually like it. Like I find now, you're going to want to recalculate. You can't just calculate for the current month because it
I
won't
know.
go
Yeah.
back.
They don't know what we're talking about, dude. It's just you and me on screen right now. Please continue.
I'm sitting here watching all this.
No, you're not.
You guys are missing the sausage
No
being
one,
made.
no one's watching anything. He's lying. Whatever he says, it's not true.
So that's really it. It's just, and with like everything in P21, and I think we mentioned this last week, it's about the work you put in on the front or on the back end that makes it easier to do your job on the front end. And I think that goes without saying, right? I mean,
Yeah, for sure. And that's actually a good lead in to like what was number one on my list of things to discuss. And that is just understanding how purchasing fits in for a distributor, right? And I think one of the things that I don't want to say that I find it funny, although sometimes it is a little bit funny to me. It's when we get into, like, you can tell, right, in the first meeting you have with somebody, they want to spend 20 minutes or an hour explaining how they're different from normal distributors. Every business and the way that every business owner looks at their business is a little bit different, right? I mean, that's I certainly the way that we look at our business is different than the way that a distributor would look at theirs, and two distributors, even in the same vertical, are going to look at their businesses differently. But when you strip all of the nuance away, fundamentally, if you're a distributor, you're buying something, you're holding it, you're reselling it. That's it. And I think sometimes as a species, we tend to overcomplicate things. We buy it at one price, we sell it at another price, we hold it in the middle. The existence of a distributor is all based around the idea of getting the product to the end user quicker. Someone has to hold the inventory in any supply chain. Doesn't matter what you're making, whether you're making cars or Band-Aids or tooling or whatever. It doesn't matter. If you look up and down the chain, somewhere somebody has to hold the inventory. In some industries, the manufacturer's holding it, and there is no distribution, and it just goes straight to the end user. In others, it is a distributor. I mean, Amazon is a perfect example. When you look at things that are fulfilled by Amazon, they are acting as a distributor. They're not making anything, right? They're just buying stuff or actually getting their vendors to give it to them and hold it on consignment, I think. Anyway, and then they're reselling it, and the cycle continues. So I think it's just important to kind of take away the mystique for a little bit and say, look, at the end of the day, we're buying stuff from our vendors, we're hanging on to it, hopefully for no longer than we have to, and we have just enough of it to meet customer demand. That's what we're really trying to achieve here. And that's, to me, it's just that simple, man. And I think I like talking about things in the context of keeping them as simple as humanly possible, because I think one of the places that businesses step on a landmine, we've been guilty of it here, every place I've ever worked has been guilty of it, is you set up a process that, in theory, if you wrote it all down and flowcharted it, it looks genius, and it's like, yeah, this is perfect, but it's actually really not executable by humans, right? Like, people, it may fit all the aspects of everything you need to do, but like, people can't wrap their head around it, and it's an unexecutable process by the people that you're depending on to actually execute it. And so I think that's always a good impetus to come back and say, let's just boil this thing down as simple as humanly possible. Okay. So that leads into my first thing, and we're not even to P21 yet. But my first thing on purchasing is, who owns the data? Who owns it? Who owns the item master? Who's going to own usage? Because, and the supplier master, really, those three things. But really, the item master and the usage, those are your two big data sets that someone's got to own it and be responsible for it. And it could be different in different organizations, and that's fine, but someone has to own it, because you're going to have to be able to draw distinctions about, like, what data are we actually going to manage. So here's a perfect example. I used to work somewhere that a lot of their business depended upon, we need to be creating new part numbers all the time. You know, we're quoting things we've never quoted before. We're making things we've never made before, or whatever. So one of the health checks on the business was, hey, are we constantly creating part numbers, and how many? And the way that was being managed was they were trying to do a full part setup on everything. Like, any item that came into the system had to go through this review process. It had to have, all this data perfected. And I'm like, okay. But as I start to do the analysis, I find out that I want to say it was somewhere between 80 and 90% of those part numbers never made it past the quote stage. Never made it past quote. Never on a sales order, never on a PO. So I was like, why are we managing data that we're never using? Why are we spending so much human capital to manage parts that never become anything? I'm not saying having clean data is not important. It is, but it's only important when it's important. And so one of the things that I try to impress upon people is, when you start thinking about your data quality, and like I'm sure if I said, and maybe I will, hey, type 1 in chat if you think your data is perfect, and type 2 if you think it needs work. And, that's just kind of a mini poll that we could take. And I would guess that most people are going to type 2, because people look at their data, they're like, it needs work. And then you've got hundreds of thousands of parts in the system, and you don't even know where to start, because it seems like such a gargantuan task that you're never going to get it done. And so my point is, focus on the data that matters the most. And if that means start with the 20% of your parts that drive 80% of your demand, then do that, because you're so much farther ahead than saying, oh, this is so massive we can never do it. I see a lot of times people do it by product line. That's great, except out of that product line, you might only sell 10% of those parts. So you lose a lot of momentum by curating data on parts that you don't actually use. Matt, what have you seen?
Yeah, I mean, gosh, from my point of view, I think it kind of goes back to what you talked about. Like, we typically over-engineer trying to fix a problem for every single item that we carry or stock, where my philosophy has always been, is if we can take care, it's not my philosophy, it's the 80-20 rule, right? Like, if we can handle the A movers, which is your typical 80-20, then everything else can kind of just work itself out as needed. But if you look at this, I got 10,000 SKUs and you're trying to fix them all in a month, you're not going to do it. Like, you're going to set yourself up for failure at that point. So, focus on, look at your sheets, look at your sales, and go, okay, hey, these are my top 100 items. Let's clean those up. You'll learn a lot of stuff from cleaning those up that will help you clean the rest of them. It's bite size, right? Like, you can't figure it all out by looking at, like, you don't read a book at once, right? Just word by word, page by page, chapter by chapter. It's the same idea, right? You can't just get it all done instantly. You can't just absorb that information and fix it.
Agreed. 100% agree. So if anybody wants to throw something in chat as far as, like, what is your biggest frustration Like before you even log into the system, what is it that keeps you up at night? What is it that you're worried about? Share that with us, and let's talk about it. I know for me as a business owner, and this is not just unique to purchasing, but I'm just speaking as, someone that's got their own capital and livelihood on the line every day. Like my number one concern when I walk in the door every day is, have I done a good enough job communicating my vision of how I want the company to run and how I want things to work, that the people around me understand it well enough and can actually do it and will actually do it. That, from a management perspective, from an ownership perspective, that's, we have a certain way that we want to do things at Atlas, and we do not bat 1,000 on it. I'll be the first one to tell you. But we know what that vision is, and that allows us to kind of see where we need to make course corrections. It's the same thing in the supply chain. So purchasing is an amazing thing. And I'm speaking as someone that has run purchasing departments, big ones. My last job as pure supply chain was a $200 million supply chain, bringing in 4,000 containers a year from 10 different countries overseas. So I get it. I understand the concerns and the frustrations that people have because I've lived it. I have lived it on P21. I have lived it on other systems. And, I was lucky. When I first got into it, I developed a good relationship with the CFO of the company, and we were private equity held at the time. And so I got a really fast, furious crash course on the importance of managing cash flow and how that relates to purchasing. Like if you take out, and I understand all companies are structured differently, but let's take out fixed assets like buildings and stuff like that. Okay. Your largest investment normally, and even with buildings included, this may be true, but normally one of your largest assets, if not your largest asset in a distribution business, is your inventory, 100%. And overbuying inventory can run your company out of cash faster than just about anything else. It really can. So whereas most of the time in line of business, we focus a lot on the P&L, and we're focused on the income statement where we're just looking at how much profit we're making. As a purchasing person, yes, you want to be focused on making sure that you're buying competitively so that the company can maintain margin, but you have an even larger responsibility to the balance sheet and protecting your company's cash position. Because, as they say, cash is king, and that is the number one resource that you need to be able to stay in the game and keep playing it. So I don't know, Matt, what's your experience been with that kind of thing?
I don't know if I can really say it better than you.
Well, try, will you? Because I'm trying to set something else up over here on the other screen, and I need to buy some time.
Oh, so you want me to delay and
Yeah.
party tricks and things like that?
Absolutely. Play the kazoo, something. I don't know.
I mean, I guess for me, and I'll kind of, and I know inventory is your biggest asset as far as we're talking about physical stuff, but to me, it's always gone. You have to have the right people's in place to handle inventory. It's like, one of my good friends at my previous job does all the accounting stuff, CFO and all that kind of stuff. I can't stand numbers like that. You have to have a passion and a want to be able to manage that type of stuff, and it's true for inventory. You can't, in my opinion, you can't just throw anybody. And if you think you're going to create a system where just anybody can push a button and do your purchasing, I think you're not being realistic. I think you need people that have the want and know-how to understands how supply and demand works and how your carrying costs work and all that kind of stuff to really succeed in any kind of purchasing scenario. uh, Again, it's a skill set that can be taught, but just like any job, the willingness to want to do it and take ownership of it, like you said, who's in charge of, like, who's the master of that data needs some kind of ownership over it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think that's as good a time as any to segue in.
I'm sure they're tired of just looking at just
Yeah,
our face
no, I'm
and
changing.
wanna-
Yeah, we're definitely changing the scene. It's time. The only thing I have to do is I just got to get us caught back up to get my Photoshop up there. Okay, so let's, we've covered a lot of ground that's just kind of like esoteric. Let's get into reality. Before we hop into P21, I think one of the things that we want to make sure that we have a common language and a common understanding of is what a replenishment cycle is. And look, this is not, if you go into P21 and find the words replenishment and cycle next to each other somewhere, I don't care what its definition is. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about if we were doing this pen and paper or Excel or whatever, understanding how replenishment actually works, right? And I am now going to try breaking out the super cool notepad thing that I just bought to see if I can actually draw on my screen. So far it's not working. Let's see. Hang on. I didn't see. I already messed it up. Where's the pencil at? There. Is that it? There. Okay, cool. So let's draw a graph. And on this side of the graph is quantity. And on this side of the graph is time. All right. For any given item that you're trying to buy and sell and all of that, right? They all work exactly this way. So here at 0, we have our starting inventory quantity. Doesn't even matter what it is. We're just starting with a quantity. And as we sell it, this happens, right? And then we get to a point where we buy some and receive it, and that happens. And then the cycle just continues. And depending on how much we buy and how much we sell and how quickly that happens, if y'all could see how I was having to do this, like my hand is 1.5 feet away from this screen. But this is it. This is a receipt, and these are sales. Right? So you're just managing this ebb and flow that continues to happen over time. What you're really trying to achieve with purchasing is not to hit this point. That's a stock out. And you're trying to make sure that your line goes up before it hits 0. You want to have just enough inventory to manage customer demand. And I know customer demand can be all over the place and it's not regular, and I get all of that, and this graph reflects that. But so what you're trying to do is say, okay, we need a few concepts. We need a line down here. This is our safety stock line, right? So when the line goes below the safety stock line, that means we've probably sold a little too much because we've dipped into our safety stock. Whatever quantity of or days of inventory that is, that's where you are. Okay. Then you have another line. Ooh, wow. I am not much of an artist, y'all. That's your order point. Okay. And your order point says, when my line falls to here, it's time for me to place an order with the vendor. Because my vendor's lead time is such that my inventory should come back up before I fall below this point here. Right? And then there's several different terms for this. And I hope I'm using it right. I think I am. This is your line point. In P21Es, it's your up to quantity. That is the quantity that says, when I do buy it, I'm going to buy it back up to this quantity. It's kind of funny how that... Hey, look at that tie-in. It's amazing, isn't it? And but that's how replenishment works. And it doesn't matter whether you're doing it with a pen. Not that this is actually really a pen, but it doesn't matter whether you're doing it with a pen. It doesn't matter whether it's with Excel, with P21, with some other demand forecasting solution. Every single one of them is designed to manage this process. It's just the way that they get managed. That's the only difference between any of them, is how you manage it. Okay, so let's do some substitutions here. So we have an order point here, right? If you're using min-max, safety stock doesn't really apply to min-max. But if you were using min-max, it would be called your min, and this would be your max, right? And you're constantly trying to manage your inventory between those two lines. If you were on up to, it'd be your order point and your up to level. If you were on OPOQ, it would be an order point, and then the distance between these two would be your order quantity. And we're going to talk about all of those. And EOQ is kind of its own case as well, but it works similar to up to for the purposes of this graph. It's just looking at how much it costs you to carry inventory as an input.
There's way too much math in that.
There's a lot of math, dude. I mean, it always reminds me of, and I'm dating myself, but it's the era I grew up in. But for those of y'all that were around in the Chevy Chase days of Saturday Night Live, and he does the Gerald Ford impression, it's like, it's my understanding in this debate there would be no math. Well, unfortunately, in a purchasing discussion, there's going to be math. But anyway, this is what we're trying to manage, and this is what we want to talk about. And everything that we're going to talk about from here on out is really going to drive back to how we're going to manage the distance between these 2 points and how all of that works. Okay? All right. So, Matt, where in P21 shall we start?
Oh, good Lord. Just like always, I would say system settings, just for the initial, this should be on if you're doing this, and this should be off if you're not doing this. Maybe not necessarily a deep dive into every single one of those things, but the most important one is obviously, if you're going to be using up to in P21, which I highly recommend you are using up to for A's and B's.
Let's challenge that right there, right? Like, I think that's a good first question, because
not that I don't like min-max.
No,
it has its place.
Here's a pro tip. When you're seeking and paying someone for outside help, when you bring someone into your organization to help, focus on your problems, not on the solutions. Okay. And what I mean by that is a lot of times the call comes in of, we want you to help us set up advanced demand forecasting. How do you know that's your issue? It might not be. I'm going to tell you, there are businesses that we work with that a few things. Here's a perfect example. Electrical distributor up in like somewhere around the Great Lakes. They use OPOQ for most of their high moving products. And you would look at that like, if I read the supply chain best practices book, you would say that is completely the wrong thing to do. Oh no, you should be using up to and time-based forecasting and all this stuff. Yeah, that's not going to work for them. And the reason it doesn't work is, let's take something as simple as a wall switch, right? So the same switch you turn on and off, they sell those. They can only put 250 of them in the bin that they have for wall switches. And their lead time on it is like 2 days. So OPOQ makes perfect sense for that. When I get to 100, order 150 more. Just, when I get to the point where my bin's a little less than half full, let's fill it back up. And that's it. The lead time is short enough that you don't have to have this hugely convoluted plan, and the product is cheap. And so whether you stock 200 of them or 400 of them is not going to move your financial needle appreciably. So I would say, while in 95% of cases, I'm a proponent of using advanced demand forecasting or up to whatever you want, EOQ, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
There are solid reasons to not implement it, because all you are doing is introducing complexity that's not going to help you. Again, extremely short lead times, extremely predictable demand, dependent demand. Okay, now that's something we need to talk about here, folks. What is the difference between independent demand and dependent demand, right? Independent demand is Walmart. All right. You know what you want when you go into Walmart. Walmart has no idea. So they have to stock things based on historical utilization, and they can monkey around with how they put it on the sales floor to try to affect that. But at the end of the day, when you walk in the door, they have no idea what you're going to buy. So all of their demand is completely independent. They're taking their best guess on what to put into stock because they have no sales orders booked in advance to tell them we need to deliver 500 of these on this date. That's independent demand. Dependent demand is the exact opposite. Your customers place orders well in advance beyond your lead time, and they expect you to deliver it on XYZ date against those releases. If you deal with a lot of OEMs, they may have very dependent demand where they're issuing out their forecast well in advance. The best kind of like day in the life example I can think of off the top of my head, and it's probably a terrible one, is an airline. An airline has almost completely dependent demand, right? I mean, there's a segment of people that are booking flights at the last minute, but most of the time you're booking flights weeks to months in advance. They know how many people are going to be on that plane well before it gets ready to take off, right? So they can kind of plan around all that. That's dependent demand. So if you have a lot of dependent demand and customers place orders and you bring in inventory to fill orders that are placed well in advance, advanced forecasting probably not going to help you very much. It's not going to add anything to your mix. If you have lead times that are less than 30 days, certainly less than 15 days. But if you have lead times that are largely less than 30 days, I think there's some ground to be gained by making your min-maxes dynamic. But
Well,
I don't know that going full-blown advanced demand forecasting really helps you.
Well, and that was going to be my point to the OP or the OQOP and min-max is it goes back to you have to manage those or come up with a solution to help you manage those.
Sure.
Because the problem that I've always seen, especially, just talking min-max, is people set it and forget it, right? They set it 2 years ago and their max is still 300 or something, but they're only selling 50 of them every month now.
Absolutely.
And that's, and again, I'm not and I think some people get confused on that they feel like, oh, we either have to do this or this for everything. And like advanced demand forecasting is not going to work well with inconsistent items, seasonal items, especially new items that have no history. I mean, you need a minimum of 8 to 12 months for any kind of predictive purchasing whatsoever. 2 years is preferred.
That's another great point. Talking about the difference between regular items versus sporadic items, right? Let's see here. Look at that. I was able to get another one up without messing it up. If I figure out how to zoom in on it, that'd even be better. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's talk about that. Regular items. And then sporadic. Sorry, Matt. This one's not opinion. This is more math.
Okay.
I apologize in advance. Okay.
I'll just be over here thinking about other stuff.
A regular item will have at least 8 of the prior 12 periods, months, will have usage in them. Okay? A sporadic item will be less than or equal to 7 of 12.
That doesn't necessarily mean consistently.
Doesn't have to be consistent. It just has to exist.
Right.
Why is that? Okay. Well, again, let's talk about time. Nice straight flat line there. Okay. So January 10, February 0, March 5, April 10, May 0, June 0, July 10, August 0, September 0, October 5, November 10, December 10. I have 5 zeros in there, which is good. That's what I wanted. There are so many zeros in this that when you start to average them in and weight them into the demand calculation that all of these systems do. Again, we're talking about weighted average forecasting. We can design all the funky formulas that we want. That's fine. But it's all still, this period has this weight, this period has this weight, this period has this weight. We add that all up and weight them together and then divide it by 12, and that's your average, right? And that's your forecast for the next period. If you have this many zeros, you're going to introduce an error rate into your equation that's way too high. So your best formula is still going to be garbage because there's too many zeros dragging it down. So when we talk about should you use up to or not, this is the main consideration. Is it a regular item or is it a sporadic item? That's truly all that matters for up to. So that's a great point. And I also agree 100%, Matt, that the best systems that we see out there use 2 or 3 different replenishment methods because it's all situational based on the needs of that individual item. So, spot on analysis there.
Cool. I'm done for the day.
Yeah, that's it for us. We're out of here. Leave on a high note, right? So yeah, I think that is a huge consideration, and it cannot be understated. So think about all of that stuff before you decide you're going off the high dive and going all in on up to. If you get on a discovery call with anyone that's trying to help you with your purchasing, be it in P21 or wherever, and their first, well, let's say P21 because that's what we're all here for. If the first thing they say, or if they say in the first call before they've asked you any questions, oh, well, are you using up to? No, well, you need to be. That is a red flag. 100% red flag. The best people out there that do this kind of work are going to ask you a lot of questions. They're going to try to flesh out what the realities of your business are, and then start making suggestions that are kind of tailored around this is how your business ebbs and flows. Don't ever go into this with an assumption that you need one thing or another. Ask a lot of questions. And if somebody says, well, oh, you need to be on this, the easiest response to that is, okay, why? And then see what kind of response you get. You know, I'm not here to trash anybody doing anything. I'm just telling you, of course we are a consultant, but I've also had consultants. I've had really good ones. I've had really bad ones. And, you know, the worst of them are easy to spot. I get a report, a bill for $50,000, and nothing really got accomplished, you know? So these are just things to keep in mind.
And also on that same, because again, we get a lot of help us. So we're not using P21 right. It's not working right. And the knee-jerk reaction is to kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater and start completely over. You know, diagnose what's your problem. Sometimes it could be just people not trusting the system. Sometimes it's like, if you can't tell somebody why you know a number is wrong, then just turning on advanced forecasting isn't going to fix that problem.
Not at all. And it'll make it worse because you're going to introduce a lot more variables and numbers into the system.
Right.
So, okay. Assuming that we've made it through that part of your journey, and you need to use advanced demand forecasting, and it's not turned on in your system, you will do that in system settings, inventory management, item usage. And it's just this checkbox right here. The next three fields, are probably going to elicit a nasty gram to me via email at some point in the future. And I'm cool with that because I'm very set in my ways on this concept. The next three fields determine, they help determine how something is looked at for the purposes of a concept in P21 that's called velocity. And we'll see velocity in location maintenance. We'll see it in other places.
I think in newer versions, velocity is actually in system settings now too, I believe.
Could be.
Or might be companies. There's like a more...
Well, there's,
I think it was,
there's a generic one here, and then
Yeah.
you can also go deeper and do velocity at the location level. All right. Velocity... I'm really liking this InkPad board, dude. I'm like really digging it because it's giving me a better way to communicate. All right. What I really need is like a way to quickly erase all of this. I probably need to be using something other than Photoshop. But, you know, like we're under pressure here, so I'm going with what I know. All right. I'm going to illustrate to everybody exactly what velocity is. And I'm going to make it as simple as possible. All right.
Maybe you can sell me on velocity.
Oh, I'm going the other way.
That's what I thought. 'Cause
I'm definitely going the other way. I'm definitely going the other way.
Find every thing at best. But anyway.
All right, so, whoops, I like totally had the mouse in the wrong spot. Let me slide that back over. Okay, here we go. Velocity. Drawing is not too bad. Writing anything legible, kind of a challenge, not gonna lie. That's not even the correct spelling of velocity.
Nope. No.
How's that? Does that work better for everybody? Works better for me. Okay, velocity.
And we lost 4 people.
Yeah, no, I would have just like bailed right then too. This guy's a moron. Okay, so let's take item A and item B. January, December, January, December. Okay. So item A is 10, 12, 11, 9, 10, 10, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know. I know that's pretty bad, but that's an item, okay? Now, here's the next item. See what I'm doing here? Are you picking up a pattern?
Yeah, I'm picking up the issue with velocity.
All right. Velocity is the concept that these two items should use different forecasting methodologies because you sell more of item A or of item B than you do of item A. That's it. That's velocity. That's all it is. And I'm here to tell you that the formula for both of these items should be exactly the same because the relative usage of the item is exactly the same. The same percentage of usage on a month-by-month basis is identical for both of these items, and the fact that I sell more of one than the other is, to me, 100% irrelevant.
Yeah, it doesn't
makes
change
no
the
difference.
math.
Makes no difference. Shouldn't change the math.
Right. Should. Yeah.
Should not change the math. And so, so anyway, I very purposely set my P21 stuff up to put everything into normal velocity, and I do that by manipulating the min and max or the slow and normal velocity settings so that everything goes into normal, and I only have to manage one set of settings. If you want to have a real conversation about when you should treat two items differently, I think there's an argument to be made when one has a very low per unit cost and one has a very high per unit cost. If you sell 10 of something that costs $1, that's a very different inventory perspective than selling 10 of something that costs $100,000. They have dramatically different impacts on cash. So if you want to have that conversation, we can have that conversation at some point. But as far as just raw quantity sold, 100% irrelevant. All that matters is, from a mathematical standpoint, all that should matter is how predictable each of those numbers are when bounced against each other.
So when you say you set your typical advice for setting everything in a normal velocity or normally, how are you accomplishing that in P21?
Like I'll set slow to 0.01 and moderate to 0.02, and then that kicks everything into.
And at that point, is there really any point to set up the two velocity settings? Do they even play into?
Well, once you set those settings, that pushes every item to be classified as normal, and so now you don't need to manage you don't need to manage formulas for the other velocities because they're not going to get used. Now, look, again,
but the actual
I'm going to
or
get
the
a nasty gram about how I don't understand velocity from somebody. That's cool. I'm good with that. This is what I believe. This is time tested. This is like I am firm on this point. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, so is there, and again, if you were going that route, is there a damage to not putting any settings in the actual normal velocity? Like, is there actually any point to putting anything in there? If you, what happens if you leave them 0 and 0 is my point.
I think that would also kick everything up. I've always done the 0.01, 0.02 thing because in my head, I'm just making sure. Setting them both to 0 might have the same effect.
Because there is no range, then everything's the same. Again, my thought is everything would just be the same velocity at that point.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to drive to. We're trying to drive everything up to normal because the reality is you shouldn't need a slow velocity because any item that's moving that slowly shouldn't be on up to begin with.
Right.
You know, but if you're selling 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 1, that's still regular usage. It's low regular usage,
right? But
it's still regular usage. And the quantity, again, doesn't matter. What matters is what is the dollar value impact on inventory. So have I sufficiently beat that to death? Because I can go longer if needs be.
No.
All right.
I think we're good to
move on.
To get into the P21 part of this P21.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just had an episode there, and you know, I'm triggered by the V word. I can't help it. All right, trends. All right, what is a trend?
A pattern.
A pattern, exactly. And so when you see something consistently growing, right? When you see,
are you about to bring the pin thing out again?
I don't think so. Do I need to? I mean,
I saw you kind of.
I'll do it.
I saw your hand go to the right. I was just expecting.
I'll do it. I'm not afraid.
More drawing.
No. The idea of a trend is we're seeing consistent growth over a number of months, and we need to increase the forecast even more to account for the fact that we think this growth or lack thereof or decline rather is going to continue. So like if you just keep forecasting and things, you know, are moving up 10, 15, 20% or whatever, let's say 20%, and you're not factoring in for the fact that 20 is going to continue to be there, you're always going to be a little bit behind the 8 ball. And so what we're talking about here in these settings is how many months need to be consistently increasing, right? So how many months in a row of over the forecast, or I think it's just growth. How many months in a row of growth do I need before I say this could be a trend or this is going to be treated as a trend? And then that's threshold number 1. And then threshold number 2 is going to be how much of a change before I start adding a trend factor on that. So in this setup, I need to see 4 months of plus 10% or better before I will put a trend factor on it. And I'm going to cap the trend factor at 20%. That's what max trend factor is doing. Okay. It's just saying no matter what it is, you don't want it to get out of control. That number is going to be different for everyone. I wish it wasn't a system setting. I would much rather see it as a product line setting or something a little bit more granular. Mm-hmm. So, because it's just not, to me, it's not a rule that applies equally across the board to everything. Distributor inventory.
Like
or you're doing it again. You see, you're just trying to trigger me. Distributor product offerings now are so complex that that I think it's just, you can't just apply a blanket factor. Okay. Next two settings are seasonality. Now, what are we talking about when we say seasonality? Matt, you want to tackle that one, or you want me to take it?
From my background, a seasonality is when you can see a pattern that, Christmas is probably the easiest one to see. Christmas tree sales, the last 2 months of the year spike up, and then obviously there's not really any movement on Christmas trees for the rest of the year, but consistently every year over year, there's always that spike in and around the same given window.
Yeah. And there are, and this is one thing that I kind of want to touch on a little bit, because I've seen this, like one of the businesses that I did supply chain in, we had locations in Canada and Florida. Okay.
Totally.
Is there seasonality in construction in Florida? A little.
Not much.
You might
Rain
be
season, maybe
plus 6 or 7% in the height of summer, and down 6 or 7% in the wintertime. In Canada, like, you don't sell anything between November and April. That's like real dyed-in-the-wool seasonality, when you're going from, I sell most of my product in a very narrow part of the year and almost nothing outside of that narrow band. So that's when I'm thinking seasonality. If you're tied to ag, you're selling tractor parts. If you're doing beach chairs, Christmas trees, just like Matt said, stuff like that has a real true dyed-in-the-wool season, then yeah. Let me give you a couple of other examples, or at least one other example of where industrial distributors may be taking seasonality and not even realize it. If you're an industrial distributor and you are selling to manufacturers, and let's say that you've got some captive items going to those manufacturers, like you only sell this part to this one manufacturer, right? And it's a maintenance part. And that manufacturer has a 2-week shutdown every December. You might be experiencing incredible seasonality on a subset of your parts that are really only used during shutdown. It might not have anything to do with the calendar, or excuse me, it does have to do with the calendar. It might not have anything to do with geography, right? It may just be they only use these parts when they shut their plant down to do maintenance. That is still seasonality. The item experiences seasonality in that location. So those are other things to look at to understand how that works, right? Just stuff to keep in mind. So these two settings are just, how do you identify those items? And once they've been identified, are you going to lock them in as, once we identify it as seasonal, it is always seasonal? I hate the words lock and always. I mean, that's just me, because I don't think, with limited exceptions, again, we've worked with people that are in the ag industry and they sell farm implements and tractor parts. Okay, there's 2 harvests throughout the year. That is some hardcore seasonality. But outside of that, I don't know, Matt. It's hard for me to say once it's seasonal, it's always seasonal,
No, again, to me, I'm not a big fan of setting and forgetting. And again, that's what locking does.
Yeah.
Once something gets, and even if somebody goes in and manually changes that to, if somebody changed a item to seasonal that wasn't supposed to be seasonal, it's locked until you manually go unchange it again.
Yeah, for sure.
And sporadic's the same kind of idea.
Yeah, so sporadic items, I can't see a use case to ever lock something sporadic, because that's just me. I think the whole point is that you don't want it to be that way. But these are fairly new. I know that these settings have been around for a couple of years, the sporadic items. But the idea with a sporadic item is that you're trying to stock it to a level that, based upon, at least for me, the internals of how P21 does it, I got to be honest, I've looked at it. I'm not 100% sure what it's doing. I've read the documentation, but
there's some of the math that I
have not been able to replicate. Okay, that's just me. When I'm thinking sporadic, this is an item, again, back to our drawing, that is, we're selling it 7 or fewer months out of the year, which is where the threshold periods comes in. And because of that, we're going to look at the lead time and the frequency of sale and the normal quantity that we sell. And we're going to develop a multiple of that quantity and say that's what we're going to keep on the shelf, because it should allow us to sell it and still have enough in stock to sell some more of it while we're waiting on our replenishment to come in from the supplier. And maybe that is something we should cover. I don't know. Should we go a little bit more in depth on stock targeting for sporadics, or do we just keep moving on here?
No, I think we need to.
Okay.
There's a lot.
We only got 3 hours and 30 minutes here, so all right.
Oh, well, we've already been going for an hour, so we only have 3 hours.
Oh,
left.
3 hours. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Jeez, time flies when you're having fun.
Yep.
All right. So this is another one that I wish was not a system setting. That is track usage for direct shipments. When I have this conversation with clients, it boils down to this. Are you shipping direct? Well, let me rephrase this. Why are you shipping direct most of the time? Are you shipping direct because you don't want to stock it? Or are you shipping direct because you don't have it, but you should have? If you are shipping direct because you stocked out and you had to do the direct to take care of your customer, you should be tracking usage on directs, because you need to be replenishing based on that information. And the times where you're shipping direct because you don't want to have it in stock, then uncheck your stockable flag, which is another rant that we can get off into as well.
Oh my God. Don't even get me started on stockable flag.
Is that is stockable? Is that your trigger word?
Yeah, it's a choice, not a default. I'll just say that.
Agree 100%.
Yeah, the direct, can you, if you turn it on, if you don't have it checked, you can still turn on. Can you then turn on track usage for an individual direct, like, because I know like standard POs you can turn off.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, you can exclude POs from lead time, and you can exclude sales orders from usage
with a weird right click.
Yeah. You have to have a lot of discipline to get to a point where you can trust that, I think.
I would say if 70% of your drop ships are because you don't want to stock them, I would leave it unchecked. That's just...
Yeah, but if you don't want to stock it, just don't check stockable. It's a non-issue. I mean, again, we're right back into that.
Yes. If everybody did that, yes, that's true. But we'll talk about item defaults at some point too.
Yeah. Okay. Track usage and service levels for originals instead of substitute items. All right, y'all. If you have multiple vendor lines and those vendors are selling the same product and they are substitutable, I hope y'all are using substitutions in P21. It is probably one of the most underutilized yet powerful features of P21. Substitutes and interchange. Those are really, really good features, because they're going to give your CSRs real-time feedback about, okay, they don't have this, or we don't have this that my customer wants, but we do have this other thing. And if you do interchanges, it'll just completely automate that process. That's a whole video probably on its own. But what this deals with is when we sell the substitute, are we going to track usage on the substitute or on the original? I would say that you substitute or you track usage on the original. Usage is supposed to be what you should have sold.
Right.
Usage is not sales. It's not shipments. It's not invoices. It's not orders. It's not quotes. It is a perfected version of your history that is supposed to reflect what should have happened had everything gone right. If we hadn't stocked out, we would have sold 15. Then your usage should stay 15. You know? That's what it's supposed to be. So if we were supposed to sell A, but we substituted B, you had a stock out of A, the usage needs to be charged to A. That's my belief.
Well, it says track usage and service level for original item instead of substitute.
Yeah, which should be always.
Always, yeah, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, this gets into more stuff with interchangeable. So if you enable this, then some of these other options come up. Like only include interchangeable substitute items as hits. I think unless you have some special use cases, that's really getting into the weeds. I've yet to run across somebody where that checkbox would have swayed their decision making.
Another piece of advice: just because there's a setting or a checkbox in P21 doesn't mean you have to use it.
That is also true. Look, we are software developers. Okay, a big part of what we do is software development. We write a lot of code every year, and this is everything from small business rules to very large custom applications that plug into P21. That's not a sales pitch. Yes, it is, but.
This whole thing's a sales pitch.
Isn't it? This is marketing. It's not sales. It's marketing. There's a huge difference. But anyway, most features and switches that show up in a software program are there because someone asked for it at one point. So a lot of these things that you see in here, if they don't make sense, if you don't think they're applicable, leave it alone. Because it was probably put there for a specific use case, and some other person in marketing thought this would be great to just put in baseline and give it to everybody, even though most everybody's don't have any use for it. So right. I'm just putting that out there. Capture usage at. I don't like either. This
is one of no, but this is one of my sore subjects of order entry. To me, just causes so many problems where if I had an order for 1,000 of something this month and that order's still open in next month and I cancel that order, it doesn't go back and erase my usage that's been calculated.
Yeah, look.
And if you make that change halfway through, like if you did, because I've had this happen to customers where they had it at order and they didn't understand what it was doing, and so they wanted to go to invoice. It doesn't go back and retroactively change every single month that's been recorded as order usage.
It can. You just have to tell it to.
Yeah.
The lesser of two evils here, my opinion, is invoice.
Right.
But neither of them are correct, in my opinion. Correct, and I can't believe this isn't an option, would be capture usage based on required date. When did my customer actually want it? If they wanted it in September and you delivered it in November, you're going to charge usage in November.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, and they ordered it in August, right?
Well, and I think that's the idea behind order entry, because they put that's the idea behind it, but it doesn't actually play out that way.
Yeah. No.
But yeah, it's a good point. Yeah. We used to run into that in my previous life where we'd have back orders for 6 months.
Right.
Everything hits and gets filled in 1 month. It makes that month's usage look huge, and then every other month before it look bad.
So if I were on P21, and we are, but we're not a distributor. But if I were a distributor on P21, I would definitely be putting something into my system that goes back and adjusts my item usage every month to be based on what the required date of the order was. And I would be relentless about making sure the required dates were accurate and believable. Because that is what your customer, look, we're all
that's a
here.
That's a whole nother,
hey,
that's dependent on people. I think this is the one that's less dependent on people doing right.
Everybody has a customer. Everyone, right? No matter what you're doing, everybody has a customer.
Everybody's in customer service.
Yeah. And the whole point of distribution and inventory and filling customer orders is to give a customer the item they want in the quantity that they want it at the time that they wanted it. Those are the three things: correct item, correct quantity, correct time frame. And if you ship somebody the wrong item, that's obvious. That's a fail. If they order 10 and you give them 9, a lot of people say, oh, that's a 90% fail rate. No, that's a fail. Because they wanted 10 and you gave them 9. It's binary. You either met the customer requirement or you did not. I know that's harsh. I know it's going to make everybody's numbers look bad when they start looking at customer service level instead of fill rate, but it's reality. And if you were late, that's a fail. Period. And the whole point of looking at it that way is because you need to take every step that you can to get the right quantity of inventory into your warehouse at the right time. Now look, I'm not inhuman, right? I understand that if your normal usage for the last 2 years is 100 units a month, and customer A comes and wipes you out and buys like everything that you have, and you had sufficient quantity, but they just completely, you get a rogue order that wipes you out, that's actually a symptom of a different problem, allowing one customer to create a problem for 7 others. But I get that. You can't plan for that. But you got to start off with a plan that's at least going to take you in the direction of success. My opinion. Okay. Track usage at source location or sales location. This to me gets into, why are you transferring? If you're transferring a lot to cover stock outs, then post the usage back to the sales location. That way we're eventually getting the inventory where it needs to be. If you're taking orders at a sales location, but you're filling out of a distribution center or something like that on purpose, then source location might be a better fit. Again,
be nice at item level
or location level. I'd even take it at location level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywhere
other than system settings. It affects every company.
ABC class I can set in 20 different areas, but some of the stuff I can only set in one for everything.
Calculate filtered usage. Filter on current forecast recommended. I agree with this one. This one should be recommended, or this should be the setting. Filtered usage is sort of the adjusted usage that tries to deal with spikes and lulls. It actually, I think, does a fair job. It's certainly better than doing nothing, but I haven't seen too many instances where a filtered calculation was like completely off the map.
It tries to keep it,
tries to level it up. That's right. Really what it's doing. Yeah.
Which don't try to get me to explain the math on how it tries to figure that out, because I won't be able to.
Okay, and I won't either, because I don't know. Combine scheduled usage into actual usage. I don't think I've ever actually set that one way or another purposefully for a customer. Service level statistics. Okay. These 3 settings go into safety stock by service level. I have played with it. I have a problem with it. And my problem, I think there's an article on our website about it from several years ago. But my problem with it is, I believe it, if I remember correctly, it's all centered around MAPE or MAPE, mean average percentage error. The reason I don't like it is because MAPE is an inherently biased statistic. And what I mean by that is, if you're off the mark in real numbers to the negative, you get a different MAPE than if you're off by the same amount to the positive. That's what I mean by bias. So again, I think I've got something on our website about that if you're really a stats nerd and you want to get into it. So as such, I actually don't use service level, or I don't use safety stock by service level. I'm a believer in safety stock days.
Yeah, and we'll get into that. I prefer days just because it's one of those. It's one of the 3 day fields that I feel comfortable manipulating if I'm trying to fine tune up to.
Yeah. So I had a question. Can you go back to track usage at, and why are you saying source location? I'm actually not. I'm saying track usage at sales location most of the time for most customers. We have seen very few customers where track usage at source location was a fit. Where we see it as a fit is you have multiple sales offices, and they're the ones that are the sales locations that are getting credit for the sale, but everyone is purposely shipping out of another location. You would want to track usage at the source location in that case, because you want replenishment to flow back to where you intend from the product to ship from. Does that make sense?
Would you recommend that? Like, so if I was, I had 10 different warehouses, but all of my purchasing went into one DC, would you still want to funnel all of that usage? Even though I still ship out of my sales locations, I'm not purchasing directly into those sales. I'm only purchasing into my DC and then transferring those out. Would you say to funnel all to the source at that point, or only if your sales locations don't stock inventory? Because then how do you know how much to send to this? Because then how do you know how much to send to those sales locations if you're not tracking it at the actual sales location?
Yeah, it depends. So it's like, do we manipulate this setting so that we can get a different effect somewhere else, right? And
the reason I bring it up
makes me want to vomit. Okay.
DCs with PORG and up-tos can be
hanky. There's a regional distribution center feature in P21 that you can turn on. We've got a couple of customers that use it, and they're pretty successful with it. And so I think that it's definitely worth looking at. Here's the reason I'm going to say no. All right. On your question. And again, this is in my opinion. I don't think this is a hard fact, but in my opinion, there's a break point at which it makes sense to supply from a regional distribution facility versus direct from supplier. And that varies from item to item based on how often you sell it and how many you sell. If you're selling a vendor package quantity, or you can get a freight prepaid order from a vendor in a reasonable amount of time, why would you run it through a regional distribution center? That makes no sense. You're selling enough of it and you can get it freight free. If that's an option, you should just be going direct to the warehouse. But for items that don't meet that, then yes, I would like to see usage rolled up across the locations that are selling it sporadically. Push that up to the DC. Maybe that makes enough usage for it to be regular, and it makes sense to stock at a regional distribution facility. I can get behind. Here's why I say I think it's dangerous to switch to source location. You're gonna lose visibility on when you pass those breakpoints in either direction.
Right.
So I would rather have it at the selling location.
Right.
If I have that hybrid model. That's me.
No, and again, I know on previous life, we had a problem where some locations would steal inventory from other locations, and it's because they just weren't stocking correctly at their location. Where if the usage was pumped into their sales location, not the source location, it would have been rolled up at some point when they were doing purchasing for those locations.
So I alluded to it earlier. You just brought it up. I'm getting back on my soapbox.
So
I
didn't say velocity.
You didn't, but you did the other trigger, which was stealing inventory. Okay. Here's the thing.
We haven't made it a one screen, by the way.
And I know we knew this was going to be deep in detail.
I know.
Matt, we're in the entertainment business now. This is called a cliffhanger. See, we have to give people a reason to come back next week. So, it's good. Okay. It's all good, man. Anyway, and I understand that this is mostly, our audience here is probably mostly purchasing. But if you are in management or you have the ear of management, please communicate this as effectively as you can. when someone comes to wipe you out, saying yes might not be the best idea. So I worked at a place where we had a lot of project-driven stuff. We had these large diameter products, and you carried a few at each location, and somebody would get a great order for 20 of them, and they would transfer them in from all over the United States and wipe out every location. And I'm like, this is amazing. We just turned one problem into 7. So aces, guys. Thanks for that. That drives me crazy. We, when you get wipeout orders, there has to be, in my opinion, there's got to be an avenue to have a legitimate adult conversation that says, what are we going to do? Are we going to tell this? How much of this order are we actually going to fill? Sorry, I'm late. Filtered usage. Got a recent example lower than expected, but mid-period recap fix it. What would cause it to be so low? Okay, I'm going to come back to that question in a post-soapbox moment. But
stay tuned.
Yeah. So anyway, I think that is something that's got to get built into your process as a company, is saying, hey, we just got this order. It's going to wipe us out. What is the danger of us filling this order? What happens to us as a company if we fill this order? Are we going to disappoint the next 15 customers that come looking for this?
Yep.
And if
because they're looking for the realistic one instead of,
and you decided to
40.
Sell it somewhere else, and I understand that this is a sales versus purchasing issue, and I respect the fact that there's always going to be some tension between those two entities, but there also has to be a way to have a tiebreaker or an arbiter or something that says, good for you as a salesperson, not good for the company. This is what we're going to do instead. All right, I'm done with that. Okay.
For now.
So that gets us, and we're just going to ignore those two at the bottom because we don't talk about velocity.
Nope.
Cool. I'm going to jump over to... Where am I going to go? I thought I was going to go here, but this isn't... Maybe it's here. Okay, yeah, this is it. So these are the general settings for inventory management that I think makes sense to talk about a little bit for the purposes of forecasting. The biggest one for me is receipts for lead time calculation. If you're going to go to advanced demand forecasting, lead time is going to become the single most important number in your system. It just is, because the rest of them you can kind of calculate and just roll with it, but lead times have got to be as accurate as humanly possible. If you're in purchasing, or if you're doing purchasing for distribution and you're experiencing a high frequency of low intensity stockouts, and what I mean by that is you are very often running out of material for 3 or 4 or 5 days, your lead times are too short. That is your problem. Your lead time begins, some people would say that it begins when you issue the PO. For most distributors, that's good enough. But if you have a very lengthy review process, i.e., I run my PORG on Monday, but I don't launch POs till Wednesday or Thursday, your lead time actually starts when you run PORG, because that's when you're locking in the data to make your purchasing decision on. If you're doing it all in the same day, then it doesn't matter. But just know that if you've got some outside the system process where you dump a bunch of data, or you run PORG and you dump it and then you go start looking stuff up and it takes you 3 or 4 days to issue a PO, that 3 or 4 days is part of your lead time, because your purchase decision is based on data that you cut back here. Does that make sense, Matt? Am I communicating that well?
No, 100%. But and this is talking for me about up to calculations of. I also roll into review, because I've been here for 2 years, and I think I've had this conversation about a 2 dozen times since then. Review cycle is one of those days that people don't pay attention to, or they just throw a number in, but it throws off your calculations potentially by weeks.
Well, the good news is there's a way to set that correctly, and we can cover that really quickly after lead time. So
right. But I'm saying I'll go into people's systems and the review cycle is set to 0 for everything.
Yeah,
which basically means you're telling the system you look at it every single day.
Yeah.
So
multiple times probably.
Yeah, I mean, average is probably your number one, and then I would say review cycle, and then obviously safety stock. And those are and you'll see once we get into the update up to calculation how those 3 days play into getting out your order point number.
Yeah, and the whole point of this tangent on lead time. So, and just to wrap it up, lead time starts from the time that you lock the data in to make the purchasing decision until the material is received into your warehouse and available to sell. So let's take a scenario where they say lead time is 7 days from the vendor. The vendor tells you 7 days. That's from the date that they receive the PO to the date that they ship it. So let's see how this can get screwed up. 7-day lead time, they tell you 7 days, you put it in your system, right? Okay. Let's say that their PO cutoff is 2 o'clock and you send them a PO at 4. You're already a day off. And let's say that it took you a couple of days after you dumped your port data to even issue the PO in the first place. Maybe there's an approval process that happens. Now you're 3 days behind. And let's say it's a 2-day point via LTL from their warehouse to yours. Now your lead time is off by 5 days. And then let's say that it sits on your dock because your receiving department is 3 days behind and they don't get it received into inventory and on the shelf ready to sell for 3 more days. Your lead time just doubled. It's not 7 days, it's 15.
Yeah, but lead time in P21 is a calculated thing that you can't. So how are you saying to, I guess that's where I'm getting confused because, you know, this is saying after 4 receipts, it starts
averaging. And an average is too low 50% of the time and too high the other 50%.
So my question is, how do you manipulate the lead time on a PO to be more?
Great question. I think, look, okay. Let's just finish off this setting, and then I'll finish the tangent, and then we've got another couple of comments in here that I think are I want to address as well in the chat. But receipts for lead time calculation. So how many receipts is P21 going to use? The last N number of receipts are what's going to be used to calculate your average lead time. And again, I can't stress this enough. Your average lead time is too short 50% of the time, and it's too long the other 50% of the time. I don't even have to look at your data. I can tell you that mathematically that's true, right? I don't like average, and we're going to talk about different ways that you can get around that. But okay, so we had one comment that said lead time starts after a purchase order number has been created. Maybe from a system standpoint, yes. But I'm talking from a reality standpoint. So here, let me give you the for instance. You click the generate requirements button at 8 a.m. on Monday. Okay? Your entire purchasing decision on an item is going to be based on what your inventory position was and your order position and your PO position and all that. It's all going to be based on when you're in port, right? And the first item on the list is item A, and you look at it and okay, it's suggesting I buy 87. I'm going to go ahead and buy 100. And at 8:05 a.m., someone enters an order for 100 of that item. You've already made the purchasing decision. It doesn't matter that the PO hasn't been issued to the vendor yet. You've made the decision, and unless you go back and see that change and fix your decision, that's it. It's done. You're going to miss the 100 because your lead time starts then. It starts when you lock the data. In reality, it does. Okay. And again, if it's the same day, if you review it and you get it out the same day and there's not a lot of changes, you're probably fine. But just know that the longer that stretch is between locking the data and issuing the PO, more things are happening inside your business. Somebody's cycle counts it, comes up missing 50. That's not part of your calculation. So anyway, that's one. And then the second comment in here is lead time ends when the item of the PO, when the first item of the PO is received. In P21, I agree that's true. In practicality, that is horrible. Lead time should end when the PO line is completed. If my supplier if I order 100 and my supplier ships me 50 in the first week, then 25 6 weeks later and 25 6 weeks after that, it took him 13 weeks to fill my order and get me the quantity that I needed. So that is a huge time bomb that's sitting out there if you have suppliers that are constantly popping you with multiple shipments on an order. So anyway, just saying. All right. Yeah, and if you're not, and if you're running Porg and you're getting POs out really, really quickly, then again, then it still starts when you lock the data. But my point is, the time between when you lock the data and when you issued the PO is so close that it's irrelevant.
I mean,
but we work with vendors that are buying, or excuse me, we work with clients that they buy from overseas, and they have processes where they have to figure out which vendor it's going to go to and all this. So they start looking at the data on Monday and the PO may not go till Friday. That 5 days has to be counted as part of lead time. It just does. Yeah. Even though the vendor's not responsible for the lead time, it's still occurring because demand is occurring while you're waiting to issue the PO. So again, think about that. Do you have those problems or challenges in your supply chain? And I'm using supply chain very purposefully. The textbook definition of supply chain is everything from the factory floor to the customer's door. Nice little rhyme there, right? But your supply chain technically starts with your vendor's vendor, but it starts with your vendor and ends at your customer's dock. Everything in there is part of your supply chain. But from a purchasing aspect, if you have, here's another good one for overseas. Your supplier says, I'll ship you in 60 days from receipt of order. Okay, great. Then it's got to go on a boat. Okay. What is the transit time between the factory and the harbor or the port? How long does it sit at the port on average before it gets loaded on a vessel? How long does it sit on the vessel before it gets to the destination port? How long does it sit in an intermodal container yard waiting to get put on a train? How long before it gets put on a chassis and then finally ends up at your dock? And then how long does it take you to receive it? All of that is part of your lead time. Real simple rule of thumb. If there's a period of time that you're not sure if it's part of your lead time, if demand is occurring during that period, it's part of your lead time. If you're shipping customers while whatever that time span is, it's part of your lead time. And that's where we see people think their lead time is 60 days and it's closer to 80 because there's 5 other things going on that have nothing to do with the vendor that are still contributing to how long it takes to get the material into the warehouse. Again, simplest example, if it sits on your dock for 2 days before it gets received, that 2 days is part of your lead time because your customer service reps cannot enter sales order for material that is not in the system.
But if you're using average lead time, would those days still not be? I
don't think they are. Look, Matt, it really depends on how consistent. If I have a set of, going back to the drawing board. Let's see here. New. All right, look. Averages are highly dependent on consistency, right?
Right.
So if my lead time for item A, really bad at that. Looks like this. That's a 0. Average is probably going to be okay. All right. But if it looks like this, the average is going to be all over the place. I mean, the average, you know, like, I like the term. John Schreibfader, as far as I know, coined this term, but I could be wrong. But I really like it. It's called the maximum reasonable lead time. And I define that as the lead time that will be long enough at least 80% of the time. If the average of these numbers, we can run it right quick. 10 plus 5 plus 17 plus 21 plus 4 plus 13 plus 10. And there are how many? 1, 2, 7. All right. The average lead time on this item. Whoops, gotta use the tip of the pen. The average lead time on this is 11.4 days. I'm gonna miss 3 times out of 7. 3 times out of 7, 11.4 days is not going to cut it. So in my head, I want my lead time in the system on this item 15, 16 days, maybe 17. I need to know that 80% of the time, whatever, I understand there's going to be outliers, and I'm good with that. But 80% of the time, I need that lead time number to be high enough that however long it takes my supplier to get it to me, it's going to work. It's going to be good to go.
You're apparently not showing the pin info anymore.
Thank you. There we go.
Thank you, Danny.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So that to me is critical. So here's my lead time A. It's very, very consistent. If I take an average of these numbers, it's probably going to be pretty okay. But as these numbers get more inconsistent, then that lead time has got to be extended up some. Now, when we do customizations on lead time, I use published lead time as the way to achieve that. Okay? And the reason being is because that's at the top of the hierarchy. If you have a published lead time on a location item record, and that's where it would exist. Well, it's actually on a supplier location item record. If you have a published lead time filled in, the system's going to use that over any other setting. So
that's also one of those set it and forget it. So if you're going to use it,
well, look, and again, I understand we're going to have people that are in the cloud versus in, on premise, and the way that you can automate is going to be different based on where you are. But I think it can be automated. We have automated it. Right?
No. Yeah, I'm just talking about as an end user without any kind of customization, automation.
It is. Yeah, you're right. It can be easily forgotten. But for me, I think it is. Let's see. I don't know. I don't have Excel up, so I'm just gonna. Y'all be kind. I'm gonna throw a standard deviation number down that probably doesn't mean anything. And it's going to be wrong, but it's just for illustration purposes. All right, if on this item my average lead time is 11.4, what I want to do is add 1 or possibly 2 standard deviations to that. So let's say that the standard deviation is, and that's the plus or minus, right? So the average is 11 plus or minus 3 days, right? So let's just say it's 3. And again, if I had Excel up or handy or whatever, I would just do the calculation, but I don't. Can't do standard deviation in my head. Sorry. But if that were the number, then I would round this up to 12 plus 3, and my lead time would be 15 days. Or if I wanted to go 2 standard deviations, I would add 3 more days to that, and it would be 18 would be my published lead time. And if this were 18, that lead time would have worked 6 times out of 7.
Yeah.
Right? And that to me is what is critical and important. And it takes time, and it takes effort, and it takes, a willingness to want to curate your data in this way. But I think it's worth it. I really do. We've seen it pay off. And then all you have, the biggest risk you have is on the supply side of having too many of these short ones that balloon your inventory. And you can work with your supplier on that. And just say, look, I get it if you're going to be out, an average of 15 days, but just don't ship it to me in 3. You think you're doing me a favor, but you're really screwing me up. So why am I doing this? Okay, average is 50-50, right? But when we're talking about standard deviation, there's another statistical rule. And look, guys, again, for the real hardcore statistics nerd, yes, I understand that this assumes normally distributed data, and a lot of times usage data is not normally distributed. I get that. But in absence of a better way to do it, this is what I'm going with. If you add 1 standard deviation, mathematically, you should be covered 68% of the time. If you add 2 standard deviations, you should be covered 95% of the time. And if you add 3 standard deviations, you should be covered 99% of the time. It's called the 68, 95, 99 rule, right? So it's how many deviations off the mean before you're covered. If you guys have ever heard the term 95% confidence level, this is where it comes from. If I take the average and add 2 standard deviations, I am 95% confident that number is going to be good. That's where it comes from.
Looks like you tried to circle and square at the same time.
I'm gonna put out a community post that shows how I'm trying to do this on my desk, and then I'm gonna have a lot of quiet reflection on how I should reverse these screens. But
okay.
Until then, this is what we got. All right. So that's where all that comes from, and that's why I'm really harping about lead time, because it is so stinking critical if you want to maintain high customer service levels. Matt, I think we've beat system settings into the ground.
I agree. Are you sharing the right screen now?
No, absolutely not. There we go. Now I am.
Okay. Luckily, I logged into the YouTube channel to see.
Well, I can see the preview on my right screen, and I'm just not doing a good job. Hey, I'm trying to be the producer and the director and and the actor all at the same time.
You're doing
I'm not
great.
Quentin Tarantino, man. I'm just not that talented. All right. Where do you want to go from here? Let me go back. Let's go back through chat and just see if there's anything in there. Filtered usage. Talking about filter usage, I've got a recent example where filtered usage was lower than expected, but a mid-period recalc fixed it. What would cause it to be so low? Yeah, so if I'm going to go on a limb and assume that we're talking about the usage was in the current period, or was it in a previous period? And I'll give it a little bit, because I know there's a little bit of a delay. So I'll give it a minute for a response. Where do you want to go after? Where's the next best place for us to go, do you think?
Well, I still think so. So we built our foundation on our system settings. Then I think really you need to go to the supplier before you move on to the item.
Okay, I'm good with that. Actually, all right, I haven't seen a response yet, so I'm just going to try to wing it. And I'm going to say, if you're seeing these deviations occurring in the current period, my guess would be previous period was also was also off greatly, almost half. Okay, so I'm trying to kind of diagnose on the fly here without looking at the data. A couple of things I can think of, depending on how your usage is posting out. If more usage got posted back into a previous period, that could cause a big deviation in a reforecast. If it's the same period, you're continuing to incur usage as the period goes along. So I would expect there would be some deviation there, but normally the current period's filter usage is really irrelevant until you get into the next period. But it'd be one of those things where I hate to say I'd have to see the data, but I'd really kind of have to see the data. But usually we see that there's some material change in usage. Maybe there was a credit that got posted back to a previous period. Maybe there was an invoice that got posted back to a previous period, something like that. Or it's totally possible that you got a different forecast formula when you reforecasted because some change in the data. It really just kind of depends.
Best fit formula.
Yeah. Okay. So Matt, you drive. Where are we going? To the purchase tab?
Purchase tab, yeah.
Okay. Take it away.
Well, I actually want some help from you on. So guys, I'm going to learn on this call too. Days early, days late.
Yeah.
It's not a feature that I ever really used. Obviously, review cycle I've talked about, or I mentioned earlier. Review cycle is if you know this particular supplier, and it can be set at the supplier here or on the location tab. If you look at the supplier at different times based on the location you're purchasing for, it's basically how often calendar days are you expecting somebody to be looking at this product line. If it was once a week, you'd put a 7 in there, and that plays into the calculation later and up to by leaving it at 0, you are saying I look at it every day, which is not true.
Yeah.
But before we move on, because there's other important things in purchasing here, obviously, because this is the purchasing tab, but the days early, days late, is that a way to kind of pad some of those? Would that help pad the average lead time or not really?
Okay, so I'm going to go with it as far as I know.
Okay.
All right. As far as I know, what these two settings will do is in your reporting and in vendor supplier management, if your requested date on your PO is today and the supplier delivers tomorrow, if you had days late of 2, they are within your request plus 2 days. If they deliver tomorrow, that shipment would not be counted in reporting as late. And the same thing for early. Are your suppliers shipping you early? Are they shipping you late?
So that's more on a supplier performance level.
Yeah.
Than
as far as I know, there's no material effect on the calc itself.
Last review date, that should populate when you run Porg.
I think you actually have to launch a PO.
Yeah, you have to. Is it just launch a PO for that supplier?
Yeah, I think you actually have to create a PO for the supplier and save Porg. Like
Porg,
just running Porg doesn't do it. You actually have to carry the whole process through.
I got you. Yeah, because that makes sense because it's kind of like review cycle on our last count date on an item. If you do a cycle count but don't post it, it doesn't update the last count date. Okay, that makes sense.
I do want to cover buyer ID.
Okay, I'm sorry. We just skipped right over.
Well, I learned this the hard way. And so there is a concept of buyer-based purchasing, right? If you fill this in for this supplier, the one thing I think, and it may not be this way anymore, but when I looked at this a couple of years ago for a customer, like once you fill that in, no one else is going to see those item location records except that buyer that fall under that supplier. No matter how you run Porg, if you're not the assigned buyer, you're not going to see it.
Hey, here's my problem with buyer. Okay, here's my
right there with you.
All right, I got my soapbox for. While I'm ranting, can you open user maintenance for me?
Yeah.
So in P21, you have the concept of a buyer ID. The buyer ID is not necessarily the one that is placing the PO or the created by user ID.
Right.
That is going to be whoever is logged in into P21. Now you can assign buyer ID to you, and it doesn't have to be you. It can be somebody else. So I believe the intent for it is, say Andy is the buyer. He's the main buyer, but I also work for Andy. Andy would be my buyer. So in the approval process, all that kind of stuff, it all flows through Andy. Like as far as reporting purpose and all, because here's my problem with the way in my legacy systems before this, buyer was where you set your buying thresholds, how much they could buy. In P21, it's actually set, if you scroll down, it's set down
user.
at the user level. So, but you have to put in a buyer to place a PO. So the whole buyer by or supplier by buyer, I think they call it.
Mm-hmm.
My issue with that is I still can put in Andy into a PO as the buyer, and it's still being purchased. Like I don't physically have to be Andy. So I think it's kind of, but anyways, you check the needs PO approval, and then you can set like a $5,000 limit. The idea being, if he puts 5,000 in here for me, if I can place a PO, but it won't be approved, Andy's user account as the buyer, he would go into his, maybe he doesn't have a threshold. I just find it kind of hanky the way the buyer system works in P2. Like I felt like it shouldn't have been like that in my opinion, but I get it.
Yeah, no, to me, I think it makes the most sense that everyone has their own buyer ID.
Right.
And then there's kind of a one-to-one relationship. But
there is no actual connection in other than assigning it to them.
Right. There's not a connection between the buyer ID and the PO approval threshold. Doesn't exist.
Now what you could do is you could, protect the buyer ID field. So when they place the PO, it's just going to default to whatever's set on.
Yeah, and then you're done.
Their user account.
So anyway, I would tend to, one of the things that, and I don't know, like I'm even reticent to put this into a test system, but like back in the desktop. Oh, hey, okay, cool. In the desktop, you couldn't even clear it. So once it was there, and the only way to fix it was to go into the database. It looks like maybe now you actually can. I'm not even going to take that chance.
Right.
But anyway, that's just kind of a word of caution on that one.
Right. My whole thing is if you're trying to protect people from over purchasing, it's not really the buyer ID.
No, it's the user. Yeah.
It's their user setting. And please, I recommend you do what you want, but I recommend putting some kind of limit.
Yeah, look, I can give you a good example of a way you can implement this. So at a place that I used to work, I'm a big believer in trust but verify, right? So we had somebody that was doing some overseas buying, and I watched every PO that this person cut for like 3 months. And I'm like, this person basically knows what they're doing. They haven't done anything crazy. So rather than I set them a limit, and I believe that there's a reason to set a limit for everybody, and the reason is this: it prevents somebody from accidentally fat figuring a quantity or price in a way that's going to get you in a lot of trouble. So if somebody's normally cutting POs for 20 grand, set their threshold to 30. Give them plenty of headroom where it never hits, but when it does hit, it's a sign that something's wrong. So that's one thing. The second thing is, so I really wanted to know if this guy was cutting POs that were over 50 grand, because we were normally buying a couple of containers a month, and a container normally ran about 25 G's. So what I did was I gave him like a $75,000 or $100,000 limit because I wanted that backstop in place. But then I went into the alert system and I just set up an alert that says anytime this buyer or this person issues a PO over 50 grand, send me an email. Give me an opportunity to just take a look at it.
Right.
And let me decide, rather than it being a hard limit. No, you can't even send this to the vendor. Just notify me. It's an exception. I just want to see the exception if it goes over 50 or 60K, whatever I set it at. So there are different ways. You can have soft limits and hard limits. It just kind of depends on how you want to implement that.
Yeah.
On the topic of review cycle, so you touched on that a little bit.
Well, before we, the item that you played with on the
Yeah.
usage is Black and Decker their
supplier? Yeah, it is.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to go ahead and plan that out. Okay, so let's talk about review cycle. The easiest way that I've ever found to explain to somebody what review cycle is it's the number of days that you're purchasing for. I'm placing a PO today, and I need to cover it. I need it to cover a month's worth of usage. Okay, so in that case, you're going to look at a 30-day review cycle. So here's how it works. Going back to the board, now I'm actually going to try to display it on screen correctly as soon as I'm ready. Let's see, new. I'm like a sucker for all these little gadgets, dude. I'm going to need a bigger desk. All right, so baseline purchasing calculation, okay? That's it. That's all there is. It is your lead time plus your review cycle plus your safety stock. These are all in terms of days.
Well, safety stock can be other stuff, but I would say 99
still,
times out of 100.
Yeah, at the end of the day, if you're using an up to calculation, it all works
days.
back to days. Yeah. So if we have a 60-day lead time and we want to place a PO for that vendor once a month, that means we have a 30-day review cycle, and if our safety stock is 15 days, that means our replenishment calculation is going to be based on ordering up to, see, there it is, worked in the buzzword again, 105 days. Does that mean you're going to have 105 days worth of inventory? No, it does not.
No, there's more math that goes into it than that.
Yeah. It just means that you're going to shoot at this target of 105 days of inventory to buy back up to, and then you're going to continue because you're look right here, your inventory is going to drain off another 60 days while you're waiting for the PO that you based on 105 days to come back in. Okay? But this is how it works. All right. So I think I have sufficiently beat this one into the ground today. What about this one? How do you know how to set the review cycle? It's simple. It is a freight. It's a lot tougher than it looks, folks. Freight allowed. That's how you set it. I get free freight from my vendor if I buy $10,000 worth of product. Then you have no impetus to buy $20,000 worth of product. You don't get anything extra. You don't get anything cheaper. From $0 to $10,000, every dollar you spend, your landed cost gets cheaper as soon as you hit that freight allowance, right? Like as soon as you hit the freight allowance, everything that you bought between $0 and $10,000 just got a little bit cheaper, landed cost, because you're not paying freight on it. Past $10,000, it doesn't matter. It all stays the same. Doesn't get any cheaper because once freight becomes $0, it can't go below that. Now, if you want to talk about quantity break discounts and all that, okay, fine. But that's not what this is for. All right. So let's stick with our example. $10,000 is your freight allowance. All right. How much money do we spend with this supplier in a year? Well, we spend about $100K. All right. So the math is dead simple. You take your $100,000 and you divide it by $10,000, and what do you get? You get 10 orders per year that are freight prepaid. On average. You can make 10 orders a year from this vendor that will be freight prepaid. There are 365 days in a year, and P21 does work off calendar days. Your review cycle for this vendor should be 37 days. Yeah, it did. That was weird. Every 37 days, you will be able to generate a $10,000 order for that vendor. That's it. So that's how you set your review cycles. You take your top vendors, and there's a backup to this, and I'll explain it, but you take your top vendors, you look at what your spend is, you look at what the freight allowance is. Yes, you might have to convert it to weight because, you know, the vendor's freight allowance is based on weight. So, but it's how many freight prepaid orders can you develop for them in a year on average. You take that number, you divide it into the 365, and that should be your review cycle. Because that is the way that you will maximize buying the least amount of inventory and nailing the freight allowance the most number of times. And this is a location to location setting.
Yeah.
100%. All right.
Yeah, I mean, if you're purchasing individual locations, you can set it at.
And you should.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be different. It's going to be 37 days in one place and 15 somewhere else. Depends on how popular that supplier line is at each location. So that's how you do it. Now, here I already hear it. We don't have a freight allowance. Okay, that's fine. Then if you don't have a freight allowance, it really just boils down to what's the maximum amount of stock you really want to carry for that vendor. How often do you want to order from them? You know, if they're a super reliable vendor and you want to buy from them once a week, then that's fine. Set it to 7 days. If they're not so super reliable and you want to buy from them once a month, or that's just what you want to do, then set it to 30. But if you have a freight allowance for your vendor, you need to do the math. You need to look at your spend. You need to divide that by the freight allowance. And then you need to take that number, divide it into 365, and that is the review cycle.
See, I learned something new today,
Ah,
because
you
I
know,
always looked at it.
That's what I'm here for.
I mean, the 7 and the 30 is how I typically have always done it. Is I never thought about hitting your freight allowance and tying that into it.
That's what it truly is supposed to be there for. Now, again, in the absence of being able to do all of that,
right.
7 is fine, 15 is fine, 30 is fine. It really just kind of depends. I've had it where, like, it made the most sense to have it at 7, but the vendor was struggling to ingest POs every week. They really wanted to let the demand build up and ingest POs once a month because they were trying to do MRP calculations on it. And so it didn't matter to us because lead time was 140 days.
Right.
So I said, okay, we'll just change the review cycle to 30 and we'll just give you one. We'll put you on a calendar to give you one PO a month. So that's the backside of review cycle. The backside is if you set a vendor's review cycle to 30, don't be running porg for them every week. You are designing the system to let the demand build up for a month. Let it work the way that it's supposed to work. If you take the trouble to set all of these settings and then you run porg wide open every day, you wasted your time.
And you're going to be buying a lot of inventory.
And you're going to be buying a lot of inventory and you're never going to make freight. So again, the review cycle is kind of two-pronged. How long do I want to buy for, which ties back to how often do I want to buy. It's the same thing, really.
Yeah.
If you say I don't want to buy but once a month, then you need a buying calendar that says, if this is 3M or Black & Decker, in our case, I'm only going to issue Black & Decker a PO on the first Friday of the month.
Yeah.
We can have a conversation about back orders and how to deal with that. I'm good with that. But for stock purchasing and all of that, perfect world, you always have to work from a plan, right? If your plan is to buy once every 30 days, you run the porg once every 30 days for that vendor. Whew.
All right, back to P21.
Yeah.
Make sure you I'm still seeing.
I'm getting there. There we go. It's back on now.
But okay, there it goes.
You have a different view than everybody else.
Oh, well,
I fixed
my
theirs
view's
before I fix yours.
Oh, okay. Carrier, obviously, that if you're always shipping this supplier with the same carrier, or you have a particular, use best, or wait, why is that back up?
It's not just you. You're seeing things.
I'm trying to look at the screen. You can default this. Again, this is also on the location tab for the supplier location combo. There's also another setting called supplier location maintenance that has some of these other settings in there as well, but not all of them. Delivery instructions. These will always populate on the PO delivery instructions if you put them in there. If it's location specific, hey, call Tim before delivery at, 155, whatever. We already talked about days early, late, review. Ship days. Is that ship days will... Let me see if I can remember this. Does it offset like the expected date?
I think it's meant to cover... Yeah, and I think it's meant to cover transit time, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, there's another setting for that, but...
But again, see, for me, I want, at that point, we're starting to spread data into too many places.
Right.
All of it is pertinent to lead time. So just set the correct lead time and be done with it.
Right.
That's me.
You can contact us if you want us to help you. Okay, obviously a vendor RFQ. Is that just how valid? Is that like how long a quote is valid for, or?
I believe this is whether or not you're going to. Yeah, I think the vendor RFQ days is how long it's good for, and then you've got the setting that controls whether or not you're even going to create RFQs for the vendor.
Lead time source. Even if you're not going to, have somebody help you modify your lead time, I do recommend. I don't know if Andy does, by item, not by supplier, because some of their items are completely different. Now here's something that I wanted to, and I'm only going to bring this up because we ran into this for another project we were doing for somebody else. So obviously I know what our freight target value is. This is where we were talking about where you can set the value to what are our options? Currency. It's what currency, weight, and units.
It is.
No, I'm coming back to that one. There you go. The freight control value.
Units, volume, weight, or US dollar, or your currency.
There's two different control values though. Freight control value is what populates in PORG. This other control value, that's what I was going to ask you about, because freight control is what drives, like when you're looking at PORG on the supplier tab, that's what freight control is. I don't understand what that control value is.
I think that this is about like meeting a supplier minimum. I think.
So that one's the minimum, and this one's our freight target.
You know what? I'm going to do.
Oh no! Don't.
I'm doing it.
Oh, this is not gonna.
I'm totally doing it.
It's not gonna work. It's just not going to. Have you seen their help file? Oh, let me go pull up the 1985 version. It's probably more helpful.
Well, so far, not great. I believe that's what it is. I believe it's about meeting either a minimum or a desired
control value
amount.
The measurement for the target amount to purchase on a PO.
Yeah.
The control value is set. So that's not
how much it takes to make freight. That's how much you just need to purchase just to issue a PO. Here's a good example, Matt, of how that would work.
Yeah.
You're buying from overseas. You need to buy a full container.
Yeah.
You've got to get 40,000 pounds or you can't even give them a PO.
Right.
That kind of thing.
But it's interesting though, because even though I found it super fast in this, 30-year-old help file, it does mention most suppliers give a target amount to purchase and offer a discount when you reach that target amount. But
well, it could be that too.
It could be that too, but that's what kind of the freight well, I guess if they're different, because freight control is just strictly to get free freight.
Yeah.
Where target value could be either minimum to buy or minimum to get your just okay. So they kind of do the same thing, but freight control is the one that I'm more familiar with in PORG. But control value, I think, still has a warning mechanism in it too. Yeah, it does still have a warning. There's a setting you can turn on to warn it if it doesn't match.
Sweet. All right.
I don't like running safety stock by supplier, because again, to me, that's very broad. It would set every item for that supplier at whatever days you set, which seems crazy because 30-day supply of a nut versus 30-day supply of, a truck.
Yeah. There's. All right. You're going to make me go back to math. And again, just throwing it out there, all of this is designed around normally distributed data, and a lot of times your data is not going to be it's close enough. But the idea for me on safety stock is I'm trying to maintain a customer service level, okay, that is going to allow me to fill a customer order X percentage of the time. Whatever X is. A lot of people will say, well, I never want to miss a customer order. You're going to go out of business. You're going to be sitting on a pile of inventory and a bank account with spider webs and flies. Because the only way to do it is to stock defensively. And that's not a recipe for success, especially if you're financing your inventory, which 5 years ago, I wouldn't have even brought up because interest rates were so low, it didn't even matter. But it was such a negligible part of the calculation. But now it's interest rates are up there. So if you're, if you're on a working capital line that's got an 8, 9, 10, 11% interest rate, you're actually incurring real costs now for your inventory every month. Whether you see it or not, it's there. So anyway, the idea is we need enough, but we don't want to carry more than we have to. And so you do the math to work back into how many days of inventory do I need to keep to maintain XYZ percentage customer service level. My number is 95%. I want to be able to fill an order 95% of the time. There's a website. See if I can find it. This inventoryops.com has an article about safety stock. Now, again, this, let me throw it in chat just in case you guys are interested. This article has been around forever, but I still find it to be quite relevant. There's a lot of numbers in here, sorry, and a lot about standard deviation and so on and so forth. But the key is right here. Your service factor is how many months of inventory you would have to maintain, or what multiple of inventory, what multiple of 1 month you would have to have of inventory to maintain XYZ service level. So if you see 95% service level, you need 1.64. All right. Well, if my plan is to have 30 days of inventory to begin with, right, because I'm on the 30-day review cycle or whatever it is, then I need to cover the 0.64 with safety stock. What's 0.64 times 30? It's about 19 days. So I would set my safety stock. I would start it at 19 days. What would cause me to change that and go up? Supplier volatility. If I had supplier lead times that were highly inconsistent, I would probably move that number up some. But you see what happens to these factors as you start running up the service level chain. The delta between 91 and 95% is not much. It's 0.3. It's not a lot of days, right? Look what happens when you try to go to 98, 99, 99.99. That's what I'm talking about with defensive stocking. You have to carry so much inventory to get from 95 to 99. Most companies can't afford it unless you're making sick margins. And I'm talking 80% plus when I say sick. You better be printing money on everything you sell if you're going to go to 99 plus. That's just the way I see it. But that's where I'm at on safety stock. So to me, I look at that service factor. I back that back into a number of days. And that is what I use to set safety stock. And I set it differently. I don't set it here at the supplier level. I set it at the ABC class level.
No.
And so on my A items, I try to run at 19. And if I start getting supplier volatility, then, you know, I may bump it here and say, well, for this supplier, I'm going to have to move it up. But it's hard because you need to be able to do it in dimensions. So a lot of times what I'll end up doing is hitting the database directly and focusing at the product line / supplier level. Like for this supplier and these products that are A items, it's 19 days. If it's B items, it might be a little higher. If it's C's, it might be a little higher, whatever. That's me. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's the best way or the only way, but it's the way that I do it.
And we'll look at it more when we actually get into some of the purchasing settings and item maintenance. But when he was talking about, you can set the safety stock. You have to start the item and tell the item where it should look for safety stock, whether it's on the item itself, whether it's look at the supplier level or look at the ABC level. And I think at the ABC level, you can point to look at the supplier as well.
I don't remember. We'll have to look and see.
There's some weird, like you can end up kind of in a circle if you're not careful.
Yeah.
So all that's pertaining. This is something that I just saw while you were talking numbers. The exempt from PO threshold.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually never actually seen that checkbox.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah. I've never used it, but it's there.
I mean, so the fact that if for some reason this supplier, you didn't care how much anybody bought from them, this would override presumably the user maintenance threshold setting.
Yeah, I mean, to me, again, I gave you my thesis on how to use those thresholds.
Yeah.
Use them to prevent massive mistakes, so I don't see why you would ever create an exemption. Again, that's just me.
Yeah. Create PO from order entry. This is if you're creating direct ships or specials. Now, even if you set this to none, that doesn't mean you can't set an item to a direct ship or special. It just means they can only be generated.
Right. The PO is going to be generated elsewhere. Correct.
Right.
It won't be done from OE.
But if you set it to, the other settings, all order, they can launch POs from, if they have the user permission as well to create POs from order entry. So there's 2 layers to that. So I find it weird that I guess some suppliers you would want them to do and not to do. But anyways, freight control value. This is what we were talking about, getting your free freight. You have a couple different, and it's the same ones as the
yeah, it's dollars. Like on my Mac, the drop downs don't display, so I apologize. But it's dollars, units, volume, and weight.
Oh, so they're not seeing the drop
They're
down?
not. Yeah, they can't see the drop down, so that's why I always rattle off what the choices are.
And then target value. So obviously, if we had set it to currency and we needed a $10,000 limit, that 10,000 would mean currency.
Yeah,
it'd be $10,000. Let's jump into the locations tab just real quick. This is where if you were going to, which we recommend, setting specific review cycles for each location that you purchase these items for, because not every location sells exactly the same. Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah, I want to complain. It's been almost 10 minutes.
Does that actually work? Because some of these...
I don't know. What's your definition of work? Does it drive up? Does it unnecessarily drive up your lead time? Yes.
Okay. Some of these factors work. And there's only one that I actually ever play with in Porg, occasionally. But something else we should cover, just because people will see it here. Hold on, we're gonna. I'm gonna get you in your
I,
seat.
I'm,
So,
I'm I'm hurting, man. I'm so it's like it's right here. I can feel it coming out.
so average lead time, even though the field isn't grayed out, if we had 4 receipts for this location, you can't override it manually that way. You can't just type over it.
Yeah, you
If
can
you've never,
initialize it, and then once it's
right,
initialized, you'll never edit it again.
right. Now, there is technically a way to edit at the item level. It is clunky, and I'm not talking about published lead time. I'm talking about trying to edit the lead time.
Lead time, yeah.
And the problem with it, and again, maybe we can cover it in item maintenance. You can edit it, but it doesn't recalculate until the next time you receive it. So it's really useless.
Well, all right.
Or maybe there's a script you can run that will run it, but
the key points on here. Yeah, you know what? I actually think that's a good idea at the risk of losing a bunch of our viewers, which I hope we don't. But yeah, I think all of us could probably use a break. We've been at this for 2 hours. So I'm going to throw up a little thing on screen. We'll have it'll have a countdown on it. Let's say, we'll set it for 5 minutes and we'll be right back. It's like intermission at the opera or something.
Yep. All right.
All right. I think we're back. Matt, are you
physically? Physically, I am back.
back? Oh, come on. You're here in spirit, too. We did not have a mass exodus. I want to thank y'all for that. I am going to take a minute to just plug our charity fundraiser one more time. So down at the bottom, we've got a couple of things going on down there. One is the URL for our coffee page. So it's ko-fi.com/Atlas Precon. We are raising money for a local charity here in Alabama called Kurt's Closet. They have a great story. I believe their website is linked in the description. If not, we'll make sure and get it in there at the end of the stream. But they help clothe underprivileged kids. And it's a great charity. We do a lot of different things with them. And so our commitment is that the first $250 a month that we raise from doing the live stream, we're going to donate that to Kurt's Closet. So if you're getting something out of this, if you're enjoying it, whatever, please consider helping us out over there. There's no minimum or anything. I think the minimum's like $5 or something like that. We didn't set it real high. Yeah, so that's part of what we're doing here. And so if anybody wants to help us out with that, it would be greatly appreciated. All right. So am I allowed to start ranting now or do I have to wait?
No, go for it.
Okay. Safety factor. I have issues.
About this, or?
I have issues with anything that unnecessarily drives up the purchasing calculation. What is a lead time safety factor? If you say the lead time is 18 days and then you put a safety factor on it of 10% to drive it to 20 days, then stamina, it takes stamina. Just set the lead time to 20 days and be done with it. Again, I don't know, dude. I see this on usage. I see it on lead time. Like anywhere I see this, it drives me crazy because what it's doing is it's muddying the water. It's making the purchase calculation harder to understand. And I do not like that. I just don't.
Well, and it's also, it's somebody manipulating it, not the math telling you what it should be.
Exactly. Just tell me what it should be, and then I'll make my adjustments based on that. Yeah. And I think, that's the simplest way to go about it. It's the cleanest way to go about it. And it makes it as easy as possible for the average user to actually get some use and value out of it. That's just me. All right, rant. I'm done.
A lot of these settings are the same settings that are on the purchase tab. They're just set up location specific, including like delivery instructions and freight and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You can also, which this is nice because if you do have a bunch of locations, you can maintain all these from this one tab. There is a supplier location maintenance window that gives you all this information, but it's laid out in a nicer UI where it's all in the screen, just like it is on the purchasing tab. Information.
And
just a different, like maybe somebody doesn't have access to supplier maintenance, but you can give them access to the supplier location maintenance if the purchasing team is allowed to manipulate that.
So you bring up a good point. I'm just going to throw this out there.
I get a call, so I'm done.
Yeah, that was it. You just wasted it. And first off, I know we've been talking about purchasing in P21 for 2 hours. It's just SodaStream seltzer water. That's all it is. I promise.
Mine too.
I ordered some moonshine from Kelly. Anyway,
Kelly's
sorry, inside joke, y'all. But anyway, so one thing I do like about P21 that seems counterintuitive to a lot of our clients is it's on the way. It is the idea that you split up the vendor and supplier. supplier is who you get it from, vendor is who you pay. I know that a lot of the times these are one and the same entity. But one thing that I do like is a lot of times people in accounting are very reticent to give access to their maintenance windows outside of their department. So by splitting vendor and supplier up, that does create a situation in P21, which I think is very good. That being, the accounting team can work at the vendor level, the purchasing team can work at the supplier level, and everybody kind of gets done what they need to get done. So I actually do like that. I'm a big proponent of, if you're in purchasing, you probably, unless there's a reason to not give it to you, you should probably have access to supplier maintenance. That's my belief, but you know.
I mean, if I'm going to trust you to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a year,
I would assume that you could. Now, there's one point of contention on this, and I never thought I would agree with this line of thinking, but I do. We had a customer we did several implementations for, and the first, they were all going into the same P21. And so the first implementation, I think it was the CFO of that operating company said, I need you to set this up so that the supplier ID and the vendor ID never match. That's exactly what my response was. I looked at him the same way. I'm like, I have no idea why you would want to do that. And he said, because I need to be able to have separate addresses for the two. And if they have the same number, they share the same address record. So you can't change the supplier's physical address without changing the vendor's if it's the same number. And same goes with mailing address. And I thought, okay, you got me on that one. That's pretty smart.
Well, I think because logic would be mailing address is the vendor one where you'd be sending.
Yeah. Well, they had
Interesting.
very numerous specific examples to where they needed those to be separate. Hey, I was all for it. I was all for it. So what we did, for anybody that's interested in how we got that done, what we did was we did an import for all of the vendors and made them also a supplier, so that record did get created. Then we went back and set all the supplier IDs that matched vendor IDs to deleted, and then imported another set of suppliers for those vendors, and it worked perfectly. So that's how you would get it done. But yeah, no, it was an odd request, but I really like it when we have a client that like changes my viewpoint on something like that. No one will ever change my viewpoint on velocity, so don't try.
I was about to say, I mean,
all right,
we can talk about velocity and
so moving on to item maintenance.
Wait, before you go into item maintenance, item defaults for me.
Wowzers.
Yeah, I'm going to call out one particular thing on there that
I'm in this funk. It's like I'm not trying to be gangster or anything. I'm trying to look under my microphone. Okay, there we go.
it's taking a bit to get used to the microphone.
It does,
thing.
man. It does.
So pull up. So scroll down. This is all I'm going to say in here. You should never, ever, 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 ever have that stockable flag checked as a default.
So you're saying don't do this.
Yes. Do not. If anybody doesn't know, item defaults, when you create a new item, especially like on the fly, this is where it's going to pull this information from.
Yeah.
You do not want to default your items to stockable because you have 100,000 items, 3,000 of them are probably regularly stocked items. Don't do it. It's gonna. You don't want to see these because stockable items affect ABC ranking. They affect what you're looking at on Porg. Like, it's just noise that you don't need to deal with. Because there's a way to run Porg for non-stockable items.
Yeah.
So don't.
It's called back orders, non-stocks, and specials.
Right. So so please, and I say this as I feel the pain for some customers when they come to us and every single item is marked stockable, and they have to go through and decide after the fact what should be a stockable item. It's just a lot of extra work.
Okay, so here we go. This is not a rant. This really isn't. I think the problem is that people don't understand what stockable means. I think that's the issue. And I don't think that a one paragraph blurb in the help sufficiently explains it. So I'm gonna take a stab at it. Believe it or not, like this was all a big lead in to me explaining what stockable means.
Thanks for the text.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you were picking it up there. Stockable simply means I want to put this on the shelf in anticipation of a customer order. That means I want it on my shelf even if I don't have orders for it, because I think I'm going to get an order for it. That's it. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. Now, here's where it can get complicated. Who decides that? I am
Not
probably
item
going
defaults.
to have a clown car full of angry purchasing people outside the office tomorrow, just pouring out with torches and pitchforks after this next sentence.
You're going to say the S word, are you?
I am. I don't think it's purchasing's job to determine what should be put in stock. I just don't.
Man, you're going to make some people mad.
I can already feel, I can hear the engines revving. Let me explain before you condemn me to death. Salespeople are on the front lines with the customer. They theoretically should have the best viewpoint on what products should move. If all you do is set your approved stock list, which is deciding what's stockable and what isn't. If all you do is use history to determine what should be stockable, you are creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because you don't have history, you will never stock it, and because you never stock it, you will never have history. That's why I feel that way. Having said that, I also believe that salespeople should not really have much of a voice in how much to stock. Okay? That's the dividing line. That's where I'm hoping you guys are now putting the safety tips back on your pitchforks. I want sales to tell me what to stock to the best of their ability. I want purchasing to tell me how much to stock based on their data. And there's going to be times where that's not going to be a perfect, seamless match, because there needs to be conversations about new items and hey, we're actually going to wager and speculate on inventory a little bit. There's ways to do that. I've done it with speculative inventory budgets, and I think that works really well. But at the end of the day, and I'm trying to, I did not feel this way when I was running purchasing, okay? It took learning many hard lessons to get to this point. But sitting where I'm in the seat that I'm in now and have been most recently, I really, really put a value on both the sales side and the purchasing side of the house having a voice in the inventory. And that is the best dividing line that I've been able to find. I need sales telling me what it should be. I need purchasing telling me how much it should be. And I think there's common ground for the two sides to come together.
As long as the answer is not everything is stockable.
Look, it has to be a grown-up conversation. And if you're not at a point where you can have the grown-up conversation, then ownership needs to make a decision about who's gonna do it. And with the proviso that as soon as you're ready to have an adult conversation, we're in.
And that's really all I wanted to, just because I know we were talking about doing item creation as a conversation, but while we were talking about purchasing,
yeah,
I did want to call out that flag, just because from personal experience and from customers' experience, it's you can unwind it.
guys, when you put something on your approved stock list, look, and that is different than checking the stockable flag, okay? Checking the stockable flag is the output. That's the action you take after deciding something is on your approved stock list. Your approved stock list is a commitment to your customer. When you say, we are going to make this item stockable, you are making a commitment to your customer base that you're going to have that item in inventory in sufficient quantity to meet their needs. So if you publish a catalog, or if you have on your website, or whatever it is, if you are communicating to your customer, this item is stockable,
and not special order
or whatever, right? That's a commitment to your customer, and I'm being fairly serious about that because I don't care what business you're in. I'm looking at the list of people. I'm looking at our chat right now, right? Some people I recognize, some I don't. But I see several different verticals in here, right? Specialized hardware, consulting services, whatever. Screws, nuts, bolts. I don't care what it is. That's not really what you're selling. It seems that way, but in my opinion, that's not really what you sell. And I know somebody's saying, oh, I know what he's going to say. We sell service. Nope. You sell trust. Every one of us that has a business or that is in a business and we're trying to get customers to transact with us, that is a trust decision. Unless you make something unique to the world and you can afford to be a jerk about it because people have to come to you to get it. I know very few people in that position. Most things have more than one source of supply. You're selling trust. You're trying to develop trust between you and your customer that you are going to be there to take care of them when they need you. And I'm not even trying to be funny about it. I really do feel like this is true. And I know that it seems sappy or silly to get into that conversation when we're talking about the stinking stockable flag in P21. But I do believe it's one of the most important things that you will set on an item in your system. Are you going to make a commitment to your customer that you're going to have that for them, or are you not? Does it make sense for you financially to make that commitment, or does it not? I think it's a conversation that's worth taking place, at least in the upper echelons of management, but preferably all the way up and down the chain, because everybody needs to be bought into that concept. It's no different than the concept of, like, you can tell when you walk into somebody's warehouse kind of what the morale level is. If there's product laying out loose on the floor and people walk by it and don't pick it up, they just see it as crap laying on the floor. They don't see it for what it is, money. That's an inventory adjustment waiting to happen. And an inventory adjustment is a direct deduct off net profit, not gross profit, net profit. If you throw away an item or lose an item that costs $10 and your net margin is 10%, you now have to sell $100 to make up for that one that you lost. If you really want to drive that point home to your people inside your organizations, you figure out what your inventory shrink is, divide that back by do the division to get back to what your net profit is and what percentage of net profit is, whatever. So like if your net profit is 10% and you threw out $10,000, so now you've got to sell $100,000 to make up for the 10. What you do then is you go find a customer that you do $100,000 a year with, and you tell everybody, this customer here we made no money off of. Everything we sold them just made up for what we couldn't keep up with in the warehouse. Sidebar, but an important one.
We do go on some tangents every now and then.
Yeah, but this is like gold, man.
Well, that's
comedy gold, right?
Gold. All right, we don't need to be in item maintenance or defaults anymore. I just wanted to call that up.
I think that was a good one. Yep, that was not on my list. Okay. We are in item maintenance, sir.
Hey, look, there's a stockable flag.
But I want to keep this in my warehouse in advance of a customer order. So it's cool. But only at location 10, not at location 20.
Replenishment tab, right? That's where we want to go. This is where the magic starts to happen.
Okay. So, replenishment method. That means, what is our methodology going to be for how we're going to stock this item? Because I believe... can you even change this if it's not stockable? Let's find out.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, you can. Okay. It doesn't do anything, but you can. All right. So in the replenishment tab, you've got 4 options, of which I understand you're not going to be able to see, but it's up to, EOQ, min-max, and order point, order quantity. So let's talk about that. Unless you're, if you're not doing calculations on your carrying cost and you're not trying to work that into your inventory plan, don't bother with EOQ. It's a waste of time because you're not going to get the right information. So we'll set that one to the side for now. Come back to it. Up to. Okay, this is advanced demand forecasting. This is, this is the crux of it. This is looking at your net stock, taking into account what you have going out, what you already have coming in, and then looking at your lead time, review cycle, and safety stock to come up with a number of days of inventory to buy back to. And that's just an ongoing dynamic calculation that runs off of a forecast. That forecast
will show you that.
Yeah, and that forecast is determined by P21 on a monthly basis when you run demand your maintenance. It is comparing the historical results of those items against however many formulas you have set up, determining which one has the least amount of error, and that's how the forecast is developed. I know that was a mouthful, but we will get to all of these things. And Matt, I'm totally in if we don't make it. I'm in for doing part 2 of this next week. Because we got so much to cover. But anyway, that's up to. Min-max. When I fall below the min, or is it when I get to the min? I think it's when I fall below the min. When I fall below the min, buy enough to get me to the max. So if it's 10 and 20, when I fall below 10, get me to 20. Order point, order quantity. When I fall below the order, when I get to the order point, I think that's the difference. When I get to the order point, so again, 10 and 20. When I get to the order point, buy the order quantity.
Right.
So hear me again on that. When I get to or below the order point, buy the order quantity. Here's a vote for part 2. Kirby, we got you, buddy. We're in. We're gonna do it. Because
we're gonna go Hobbit style. We're gonna go trilogy. On this. That's for
you
my
do it
geeks
Harry
in the-
Potter style, right? Like 7 movies. But
8 movies.
8 movies, yeah. 7 books, 8 movies, right? And I'm not even counting all that other stuff. I'm talking like legit Harry Potter. Anyway, the reason that I'm slowing this down for just a second to talk about it is, in a min-max calculation, you're going to get back to 20 no matter what your starting point is.
Right.
So if your starting point is 9, you're going to buy 11. If your starting point is 8, you're going to buy 12. In an OPOQ calculation, you're going to buy that specific quantity with costumes. Love it. We have awesome customers. We really do. So if your order point is set to 10, but you sell enough to fall to 8, you're still just going to buy the 20 units.
Right.
So just know that going in. And then EOQ. Okay. EOQ.
I gotta go do some email.
No. Come on. Okay, let me make it less painful. All right. I'm going to talk about the traditional reason that it exists, and then we'll talk about a couple of use cases where I've actually found that it actually is meaningful. EOQ is designed to give you the lowest overall cost of inventory. Not the lowest cost of inventory, the lowest overall cost. How do you determine what that is? You have to look at your carrying cost, which is, look, there's a lot of theories on how deep down that rabbit hole to go. Are you counting all of your warehousing costs? Part of them is insurance, part of it, interest rates, all of this kind of stuff. And if it's interest, is it your working capital line, or is it your weighted average cost of capital? I'm not here to tell you what's right or wrong on that. I'm just telling you that's all of the things that can go into carrying cost. EOQ is designed to make you buy a quantity that minimizes that overall cost. So like if it costs you $10 to order a line, you don't want to order $6 worth of stuff, right? You're actually spending more on ordering it in labor and receiving and all of this, and it was even worth bringing it in. Doesn't mean you never do it, but that's the theory. EOQ really came into favor once computing power kind of became sufficient enough to make the calculation. But then what happened was as the economic world started to transition more toward looking at being more balance sheet focused, I guess is a way to say it, than income statement focused. So I'm thinking specifically like private equity companies where they're looking at EBITDA and things like that. Companies became more willing to accept a higher overall cost to preserve capital and keep more of their powder dry in the form of cash. So that's kind of how EOQ started to, for lack of a better term, fall out of favor, or maybe let's say become less popular. Having said that, when I worked for the fastener company, I did find EOQ to be a very effective strategy to buy extremely cheap per unit cost parts, like USS flat washers and things like that. Like, no matter what the calculation was, like, buy a year's worth of washers, it's going to cost me like $80. And I don't have to keep issuing POs every 3 weeks for the same 48 cents worth of washers or whatever it is, right? I mean, that's a little facetious, but that's the point. I think when you're talking about items that have extremely low per unit value, it makes sense to stock up on them because they have no material impact on your overall inventory investment. They have no material impact on your overall cash outlay, and they can save you a lot of work, not only in ordering, but at the receiving desk as well.
Yes.
Wow, that's it. That's all.
Well, because we need to talk about ABC classes here shortly. Periods to supply kind of play into that somewhat for your C's and your D's, if they're set to up to at least the same philosophy. You have more periods to supply because you don't want to have to order.
Agreed.
As often.
No, I'm totally in for that.
But the EOQ is a much more calculated, smarter way of doing it.
But it's still
a broad.
It's still going to drive you. It's just making the same decisions on a different basis, or it's making the same types of decisions,
right,
but using a different basis. The bottom line is this: it's if you put up to and EOQ next to each other, if the numbers work out to where the EOQ calculation really kicks in, EOQ is going to suggest that you buy more than up to. Again, for me, and for all intents and purposes, I usually don't try to implement it with a client. Its impact is marginal.
How many dozens of people have we talked to about purchasing just the past couple of years? We've had one that's really asked about it.
Yeah, and none that have implemented.
Right, more as a curiosity. I mean, because just looking at, and again, we'll eventually get to the calculation tab that you'll see a lot of this stuff work. The calculation tab for EOQ breaks my brain. Like the up to one is very easy for me to follow, but that EOQ,
Anytime you have the square root symbol stretching halfway across the screen, it's tough.
one thing I did want to come back to up to on, the max order quantity field does nothing for up to, but the min order point will still play a part into the up to calculation. It will compare, and we'll look at it, and we'll throw something in there when we get to that point where it will compare your calculated order point with all your math that you've got programmed in there versus this manual set it and forget it min order point, whatever you want to call it, and takes the greater of those two and carries them on into the calculation that we'll be talking about.
Yeah, so think of it as a false floor in your inventory. If I take this item and I put a min on it of 100, what you're telling P21 is calculate what I need, but don't go below 100.
Right.
So
yeah, which can be, again, if you set it and forget it, you could end up calculating 10, but you have 100 there. You're now pushing your math 10 times higher than it needs to be.
Yeah, look, the times that I've implemented this that I felt like it was a good idea to implement, it usually revolved around contractual obligations that the client had with one of their customers. So they agreed with the customer that regardless of what the usage was, they would always have 10 in stock. They would always keep 10. And so it's like, okay, well, but they could buy a lot more than 10, or they may not.
Right.
So we'll use up to, because it is a regular mover, but we're going to put this false floor of 10 on to make sure that we've always got some inventory.
So that also means that if you're switching an item from min-max to up to, you need to make sure the max, again, it won't affect anything as far as up to is concerned, but if you don't clear out that min, whatever that legacy number in there, it will come into play at some point.
I'm going to show you something else. Let's see if you can still do it. Yep, you can.
So you could have
y'all. P21 will straight up let you do that. And if you're not looking at the screen, I just set an item to min max, and I set the min to 10 and the max to 9. So again, just these are things that usually are not a problem until they become a problem when you change your replenishment method, because your settings were for the first one and now you're changing to a different replenish method. And if you don't clear that stuff out and reset it, it could be a problem.
For test purposes, I just want to put a number in that and then change it to up to, just so we can see where it populates when we get to that point.
Let's do this.
And then, change it back to up to. We probably should, let's jump to ABC class. We should have hit that first.
Yeah, because I want to spend some time. One of the number one things that I see walking into a new client is like 25 ABC classes.
Stop using ABC classes for anything other than purchasing. Please.
Yeah.
Please.
Hang on. Hang on.
Now what are you doing? Well,
the put away ranks, they come from ABC classes, right?
Right.
So
okay,
I just want to make sure that we cover that part of it.
That's a different.
Yeah. Okay. We're cool.
What I mean is literally that field, ABC class, where I saw a customer that, well, we used this to segregate when we were running reports. And I'm like,
yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that.
All right. So look,
at most 5.
ABC classes are based on the Pareto principle, which is that 80% of your transactions come from 20% of your items, right? It's never that clean. You can do the analysis. I've seen it 70-30. I've seen it 90-10 and everything in between, right? Anyway, having said that, one of the questions that we don't get asked often enough, but I'm hoping we can deliver that message on this platform, is how many ABC classes should I have? And the answer is actually pretty simple. You need as many ABC classes as you have decision points. What I mean by that is when you're looking at segregating items, if you segregate them into 5 groups, each of those groups should have different settings. So if you separate your A items into like super A and regular A, or let's say I use A1 and A2 is what I use. If A1 and A2 have the same settings, then it's a waste of time. It's just a reporting point at that point. It's not meaningful. And that's what we see a lot of times is like, I think the highest letter I've seen is L, where people had ABC classes all the way out to L, but they functionally really only had like 3 different classes, because all, G, H, I, J, and K and L all had the same basic settings, or the difference between the settings was so minuscule it had no real material impact. It was just it was just unnecessary complexity that wasn't providing any value to the business. So just to kind of sum that back up, I'm saying if it's not going to cause you to treat the inventory differently, if you're not going to have a different order up to point or month's supply order up to level, if you're not going to have a different safety stock threshold or something like that, then don't do it, because it's not doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, and we'll there are like you said, there's decisions. There's some product from my previous life where no matter what, we always want to look at 4 periods minimum to supply.
Yeah.
So we would set those, and it's steel. So we would set those items to a specific class and then lock those. Any item with those classes would be locked from or excluded from reclassification. So when we ran ABC class, it wouldn't take them off of that.
Right.
We still left them as part of the ranking, so it still kind of fluctuates your thresholds, but it doesn't affect we don't want it to get reclassified. Now, we also had some where we don't want it to throw off our rankings because they're one-time huge lump sum $100,000 items that you don't want to push all your numbers down because you have this one random one-time use item that shouldn't be set to stockable but was, that affects your ranking.
So let's just do like kind of a quick.
You're not getting the notepad, are you?
I'm getting the notepad. It's happening.
Are you going to write out the 80-20?
No, not per se. I want to kind of give the problem with the ABC screen is you can only see one class at a time. And so you can't really see like how all these things are meant to interact with each other. If I could just figure out how to set the default zoom level on this, I would be golden.
Are you sharing it now?
I am, actually.
Okay.
In fact, sharing it. Yeah. Okay. I don't understand why the color changed, but... All right. Okay. Most of the time, when we analyze someone's inventory, they all have the same problem. They have a buildup of crap from years and years and years and years of not writing stuff off, and 30% of their inventory is non-moving stock. And that really is affecting their ability to invest dollars in inventory that is moving. So if we want to have a live stream someday about time to grow up and write off inventory, I'm all for it. We're all about tough love. That's fine. But aside from that, your A items represent 20, let's just say it's a standard 80-20, right? Your A items would be 20% of items that move. That your top like it would be 20% of the number of items, but would represent 80% of your cost of goods sold. Cost of goods
80-20
sold.
rule.
Yep. All right. What does that mean? That means, let's see, let's go items, COGS. So let's say this is 20 and this is 80. That means this represents 1 day of stock of an A item has a way larger cash impact on you than 1 day of stock of a C item, assuming that the items have similar unit costs, right? This isn't like, you know, $100,000 engine versus a $10 air filter. So the point is the safety stock level of an A item is hypercritical. If you can get by with 19 days of inventory, we'll even take it a little bit farther than this. Let's say that your cost of goods sold in a year, company-wide, is $10 million. 8 million of it is A items. $8 million of your $10 million in cost of goods sold. Forget revenue and all of that. We're sticking with cost of goods sold because that's the cost that you inventory at, roughly. I mean, I get it landed and all of that. All right. So if you turn your A items 1 time per year, you're going to have $8 million worth of A items on hand. You laugh. How many times do we get into somebody's inventory and we see it's moving 1 time a year? It happens. So that means I have to invest $8 million in cash and keep it tied up in order to have... we appreciate you coming along, Jen, and that's why we're doing it on YouTube, so you can come back and get it whenever you want. I have to invest $8 million to make the profit off of the $8 million of COGS, right? That's a really profound way to look at it. If I increase my turns to 2, now I need to invest $4 million in my business to make the same money. If it's 3, help. Is that 2.6 million?
Close enough.
I can't do it. It is 2.6 million, 2.67 million.
I told you.
So if I turn it 3 times, I need to put in 2.7 million. And if I turn it 4 times, I only have to have $2 million of investment. What is turns? Turns is the number of days of inventory that you carried on average. 4 turns means that it turns 4 times in a year. Okay, well, what does that mean? Well, very simply, it means... See, I keep jumping between screens, so this is tough. I'm working on it though. 91 days. 4 turns is having an average of 91 days of inventory. So in your A items, right, if we take 2 million divided by 91, 21,978. In A items, 1 day equals $21,978. So in your A items, every day of inventory that you bump your safety stock by increases your inventory investment by almost $22,000. Okay? That's cash that you've got to keep tied up. You can't use it for anything else. Hiring people, building, new facility, whatever. It's tied up in inventory. Okay, so the C item represents, let's see if I can remember how to do this. So this would be, I think this is going to be your next 60% of items. And this is, no, that's never how it works out. I think this is actually like, maybe this is 70 and 10. Let's just say that's how it falls out. And this is going to be 15% of COGS. Oh, wait a minute. I got that totally backwards.
Yeah.
This is probably going to be like 30% of items. And this is going to be 50% of your items. It's different for every company. But these are the numbers that really count. This is going to be your next 15% of COGS. And this is going to be your next 5% of COGS. Okay, so if our total COGS is $10 million, I know you can see the calculator, nobody else can. 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 0.05, that's 500K. Right, so if we just come over here, this is 500K. You see where I'm heading with this. The inventory impact. You're talking about this is $500,000 worth of cost, and if you turned it twice, it would be $250,000 worth of inventory investment, and $250,000 at 2 turns means that each day's worth of inventory. So again, this is two turns. That makes 1 day of inventory of C items worth $1,388. So the dollar value impact of increasing your C item safety stock by 1 day is $1,400. Increasing an A item safety stock by 1 day is 22 grand. So everybody thinks, oh, I'll just buy more A items because I know they're going to watch or that they're going to move. It's a fool's errand. You're actually bleeding cash when you do that. You really are. Because you're having so much more of a material impact when you push that purchase calculation out another 5 days on A items.
Well, I'm not even counting physical space sometimes.
Yeah. Can you even store it? Absolutely. Yeah. So your ABC classes from a safety stock perspective really need to be structured around that thesis. How tightly do I want to control this? So the reason that I've done the A1, A2 split for a lot of customers is because what you find when you look at their data is if their top 100 items are their A items, 15 of them might represent 50% of their sales. So I often hear those called super A items. So then what you end up with is a classification that looks like this. And your COGS is like the top, let's see, number of items would be 10 items represents, let's just make it even simpler, 30% of COGS. And then you've got 90 items representing the additional 50% of cost. And then you've got 500 items representing 15%. And then you've got 2,000 representing 5%. And everybody gets hung up down here when they really ought to be hung up right here, because tinkering with one of those 10 items has a more profound impact on your ability to operate your business than anything else. And so the reason that I split them is because while I might have safety stock sitting here at 30 days, I will try my best to get away with 15 on A1s. And I will just order them every week if I have to. Because the fewer of these I can keep in stock without putting my customers at risk, that's going to affect your turns. that's going to affect your cash way more than goofing around down here worrying about whether this is 30 or 40. This is not significant, and this is even less significant down here. So, a lot of soapboxing today, Matt. I didn't know you were going to bring this out of me like this.
I have that effect on people.
Okay.
Well, let's show them how this translates into
P21. Absolutely.
Into P21.
Okay. So you're going to establish your ABC classes, which let me just make sure I don't have this already split. I don't even know that anything is set up for that in here. Oh,
Yep,
yeah, I have it split A1 and A2. Okay. So you see in A1, this is my super A, my best of the best. I have this set up to say this is my top 30% of COGS. This would be at the location level. And that's what the threshold determines, is that percentage of COGS. Now, oh, wait a minute. I didn't switch the screen. My bad. All right. So I have A1. The annual threshold is set to 30. The difference between what I drew before and how P21 thinks about it is that P21 is cumulative. So if you look at what I drew out here, and you see that the cost threshold is 30, the first one is going to be the same. But then the next one's going to be 80, the next one's going to be 95, and the next one's going to be 100.
Sometimes I'll see like C's at 98 and then a D at 100, but
I've seen instances.
It's kind of split hairs.
Well, I've seen instances to have a D at 99 or at 100 and C at 99, so that it's covering 95 to 99. Here's what it really, if you're going to go to that level of detail, you better have a lot of C and D items that are regular movers, because all of this crap is meaningless for sporadic items. It means nothing.
Or min-max items.
Yeah, which we use min-max to manage sporadic here. So, yeah. So that's why I say that. All right. So just remember, this is cumulative. The next one, if I want it to cover the next 50%, I would set it to 80, because it's 30 plus the next percentage that I want. Order up to level. Again, there's normal, moderate, and slow. We don't talk about moderate and slow here because that triggers Andy. But this is when I buy it for, like if I'm going to buy it by a month's worth, basically, or buy a period's worth.
Yeah.
Why do you need to use this? I would say in the very beginning, if you're struggling with advanced forecasting, don't. Set everything to 1. That'll just take all the confusion out. But as you get more astute and more used to the way that it works, and you want to start establishing finer control, especially when you're dealing with manufacturers, okay? And especially when you're dealing with overseas manufacturers. C items, a C item for you is probably going to be pretty comparable to a C item for your manufacturers in a lot of cases. Not always, but it usually tracks a little bit. I never wanted my manufacturers to have to keep retooling for C items, because every time they have to do a changeover, that eats up production time. So what I would try to do is, when I ordered C items, I would order like 6 months worth. I really only wanted to order a C item twice a year. And a B item I wanted to order 4 times a year. And then A items I wanted to order usually about once a month. And then A1 items, like my highest of my high, I might set that to 2 weeks and set this to 0.5. Because I know I'm going to be bringing it in every 2 weeks. Again, if I can just squeeze those A items a week, 2 weeks, the monetary gain that I get on my balance sheet is way more than what I give up setting my C's and D's to, or B's and C's to 4 to 6 months. So that's basically what it's doing, is it's going to try to push you to a number that keeps you from having to rebuy it too often.
unless your calculated order point it'll take the greater.
It's going to take the greater of the two. And we're going to do a really deep dive on the purchase calculation screen. My guess is that's how we're going to open next week, because there's no way we're going to get through that in the next 30 minutes.
No, we can get into that, and that leads directly into POR.
Yeah, and so that's where we're going to break all that down. So I think this is going to be a really good session for just going through all the fundamentals and getting this setup figured out. Safety stock factor 1. It's the only acceptable one. If you need more safety stock, change the safety stock. Don't change the fluff factor, because then you're going to be going, why is my inventory so fluffy? Well, because you told it to be.
Don't mention the word factor, velocity, average lead time.
Factor, velocity, and average. They're not good.
Dockable checkbox.
They're not good.
Those are our buzzwords.
All right, min-max fences and erratic items, and yeah, I don't know, guys. I've tried.
I've never seen anybody.
I've tried. It's all wrapped around the new sporadic settings, and I can't. For me to be able to trust it, I have to be able to replicate it. I have to be able to put a bunch of numbers into Excel and come up with the same number.
If I can't backwards engineer the math, I don't need it.
I don't do it. Yeah. Because it then potentially becomes a driver of really weird behavior.
Well, and this goes back to what we said 3 hours ago. Just because you see a setting or a box in P21 does not mean you are required to use it to use the system well.
Yeah.
It's just every time you do one of these things, you're just splicing and giving yourself more to manage.
Yeah. So like here's the deviation multiplier. I would have to sit down and really do a lot of math to figure out how that even works. I don't know.
And then like service level is only available
if you enable it in system settings.
If you enable it, but it's not always available in every single spot ABC is available or safety stock's available. It's only available of 2 of the 3, and I can't remember which one it's not available in. It's one of them. It's not
either
available.
Supplier item. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But again, because of the bias in the service level calculation, I can't replicate it and make it make sense for me, and I think a lot of times. All right, so back in the day when I was running supply chain, I used to get called to the board meetings. We were private equity held, right? So I used to get called to these board meetings probably twice a year. I think it was because they wanted somebody new to shoot at, which was fine. I learned a lot. I learned I never wanted to be in private equity again, but I did learn a lot from those people and the way that they think and the way that they look at capital. All of that was really valuable and it really served me well for the rest of my career. But there's this guy, we were putting in a new system. This company was not on P21, so we were putting in a new demand planning system that basically was what PORG was supposed to do. It was called Absolute Value, which is still around, and it's a great product, and I really like it. And Dale and Mary over at Lanham Associates, they're fantastic people. One of the board members asked me when I was showing what the system would do and how it was going to work and all of this, and we were coming away from Excel as our demand planning, and they knew that. And so this guy said, his name was Stan. Stan said, "Are you concerned at all that you're taking a bunch of people that have the fundamental equivalent knowledge of what they need to drive a car and putting them in the cockpit of a 747? And his point was extremely well taken. Like, these systems have so many switches, buttons, dials, and gauges that you can overcomplicate it to the nth degree. And I really did take that to heart. And what I have come to kind of lean toward when looking at systems like this is, like, I don't really want to turn anything on that I don't need, but I'm willing to test any feature. But if I have to go through all this other setup and management and I'm getting a 0.5% or a 2% performance improvement, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth the risk. I mean, I need to see a very material impact on the business before I become agreeable to saying, let's up our level of complexity. And Matt, I mean, you know this about me. We have these conversations, not about inventory, obviously, at Atlas, but about anything that we talk about implementing. And we've had those conversations with the team on several occasions where, oh, this would be a really great idea. And I'm always trying to flush out, like, yeah, it is a good idea, but is it actually executable? And is it actually going to provide value for the customer? Or is it really just giving us this marginal improvement in visibility internally? There's a big difference there. Please feel free to jump into that, Matt.
No. Well, again, I'll go back to my complaint about some other settings in P21. All these little fine-tuning things are still set it and forget it. It's like you have to make a decision, and then if you're going to commit to doing these things, which again, I've played and tested, and I can't get any real good concrete. If I can't explain what it's doing, then I don't mess with it. But you're going to have to then, okay, every 6 months we need to review this. Every 8 months we need to, it's just more for you to have to maintain. And if it's worth 0.5% is all that extra labor you're doing.
Yeah, you'll lose it all in soft costs.
And then what if the guy that's been doing it for 2 years, who has all the tribal knowledge of doing it, because this isn't going to be something that's complicated or needs to be maintained enough that you have 5 people trained on how to do it. You're just asking for trouble, in my honest opinion. But
yeah, agreed. So that was a really long way around the horn to say we're probably not going to talk too much about these settings down here beyond the days of safety stock. And again, this is my default place to manage days of safety stock, and then exceptions I will manage at the item level.
And honestly, however you get to those days in that calculation, or just outside calculation you're doing, I still feel it's the easiest for people to understand what it's doing.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's the math is not difficult. It's intuitive. And for most companies, it's going to suffice, Right. Would the chief purchasing officer of Walmart or Amazon agree with me on this? Probably not, but we're not running Amazon or Walmart here. And, we're not trying to.
Most of the people we help are not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or not even most. None of them are like a Walmart.
If they were, they wouldn't be our customer.
No, I mean, they would have 40 people internally that do nothing
but analyze that stuff.
Yeah. And you're lucky in most middle-sized companies if you have 2 or 3 dedicated people to really.
And look, we have had that happen. I am not even joking when I tell you that I have been on a phone call with a client who hired a professor from a college to come in and help them design a custom demand forecasting system. I'm like, what do you think you're really going to accomplish? I mean, in real dollars. And this was a massive company, so it wasn't like this person was playing with their own money per se. But it's like, how much are you going to spend to get what result? It's just, and I don't think I ever ended up getting it done. But I couldn't. I didn't even know what to say. I'm like, I'm just a dude. I'm a hick in Alabama, and this is how I think about buying stuff. I can't, as much of a statistics nerd as I am, I don't want to have this conversation. But anyway, okay.
Do we want to set days on here?
Or yeah, we
need to.
So
again, let's just go with your numbers that you had on your little script. I think you had 15 for this, or whatever it was, 19.
19. Yep. So we'll go 19 on A1. We'll do 30 is already on A2, and see it's at 80%.
All right, I was about to say it. And we have our periods of supply at 1.
Mm-hmm. And then our B items are set to 95, and I will go ahead and knock this one to 2 periods to supply. And 30 days of safety stock is probably fine there. And again, it's kind of like adjust one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's all about what you're trying to accomplish. If you don't care about manufacturing changeovers and stuff like that, you could probably just get away with upping the safety stock. But if you're trying to order a set number of times per year, then you'll get more traction doing that with order up to level, which is called periods to supply in other parts of the system. Just
technically, I believe you can also break this differently at location levels, which gets even more
hairy. Yeah,
hairy. And I'll say this, like, you'll talk to different people about this, and they're gonna have their opinions or their theories on how you should do this. You know, I remember when we went through the process with Epicor, it was A is 1.5, B is 3, and C, whatever their number was. And it's just because that's just always what they recommended.
Hey, Michelle, how are you doing? Thanks for joining.
But it's not always going to fit your situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what it kind of goes back to what I was talking about at the very beginning of, if it starts out with, if your first conversation starts with, well, you need to change this, and this. Hey, whoa. You don't even know you haven't even asked me the first question about my business yet.
Right.
You don't even know what I sell. What? I don't know. I'm not even gonna go there because it doesn't matter. All right, where do you want to go next? I'm just gonna end up getting myself in trouble.
All right. Well, I mean, really, what I think we've covered. Well, let's go to the item and set up it to look at ABC class for. I don't think we did that, and then also we can go ahead and just scroll down.
Yeah. So we'll set this to an A2, and then all right.
Safety's all at the bottom.
Yep. I'm not gonna set this because it should be determined at the ABC.
Right, but you have to
yeah.
point it to.
Right, so I'm telling it to run off the ABC class.
Right.
If I wanted to override it, I could set it to days. Okay. All right. Anything else we want to set in here, Matt?
I don't really want to get into best fit formulas and demand patterns. That's a cut.
Well, we've got 26 minutes, and I think that's probably the last part of the foundation that we really haven't gotten into. So I'm happy to cover that, but I'm not going to cover it from here.
Right. Though I did, while you're in there, can you go back in there? Because, and since you were already in there, for some reason, and maybe you know of a different place, right click on in the demand area. Display best. That's the only place I can find that.
You can
doesn't
also
exist in
get
item
it.
maintenance.
Yeah.
Or IMI it doesn't. I mean.
You can also get it in. If it's a DRP item, I think you can get it from future stock analysis.
Right, but
I don't know.
DRP is something completely.
Right, but I don't know off the top of my head where else to find it. But let's talk.
It's just
formulas.
weird.
It is, but let's talk formulas.
Oh yay!
I got this.
Oh, you're gonna have to, because I know the basics on weighted months, and that's about it. And then.
Okay. This is stock P21. This is how your formulas are going to look right out of the gate. And you have them for all the other velocities, but...
Which,
and
slow
look,
is basically an evenly weighted 12-month average.
But, and you got to do you. But if you choose to... choose to come to the light and stay away from velocity, you really only need to worry about normal. All right. These are all weighted average formulas, okay? And what does that even mean? Well, we're going back to Photoshop.
You really got to figure out how to make that black again.
I know, dude. You know what? Let's see. Is it just as simple? I don't want an eyedropper. Dude, I have no idea. Like, I don't even know why I'm getting an eyedropper. I should just be getting pencil. Oh, wait a minute. There's a color picker. I want that. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Dude. I have no clue, bro. No clue. All right. Well, we're going with gray. Sorry.
Wait, click on the color to the right over there. You guys are seeing this. Oh, there it goes. There you go. Maybe.
Yeah. No. All right. That's okay. We're gonna live with gray. Just think of it as a pencil and not a pen. It's a lot easier if you just go with it. All right. Weighted average formulas. Weighted average forecasting. All right.
Are you sharing the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just use 6 months. All right. So that's your month. This is your usage. This is your factor. 10, 12, 5, 10, 9, 6. And let's say my factor here is 12, 8, 4, 2, 1, 1, something like that, right? Those are the weights. Anytime you see a formula that's set up like this, where you have decreasing numbers as you go, that's called exponential smoothing. What you're doing is you're putting an artificially high value on things that have happened more recently. So your weight would be 120, 96, 20, 29, and 6, because we're multiplying the actual by its weight, or by its forecasted weight, right? And so you can see when we average these numbers together, these two numbers are going to drive a lot. They're going to be driving a lot more of how the calculation works out. Okay. So basically what you do is you add all these up, you average them, and then you divide by the sum of the factors again, and you get back to whatever the average really is. And every one of these formulas on here if we look at these, 12 and a half, 10, 7 and a half, 5, 11 and a half, 10, 8 and a half, 7, blah, 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 on down the line. All right. So the thing about P21, if we add these factors up, we have 12.5, 22.5. I'm just being cumulative here. 12.5, 22.5, 30. No. Is it? Now I'm confusing myself. This would be 20, 30, 35. Yeah.
No. It's got to be more than 35 because you have a 15 and a...
Oh, the 15. That's what I... Okay, so 50.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have...
Each month average outs to 10, basically.
And that's how it has to work.
Right.
Whatever you set up in P21, the sum of the periods divided by 10 has to equal the number of periods that you have a value for. So if you're trying to do 5 periods, all the weights have to add up to 50. If you're trying to do 6 periods, all the weights have to add up to 60, so on and so forth. Okay, So what you have here is, it's like Baskin Robbins, except 5 of the flavors are really just different types of strawberry. I've never used that before. I literally just came up with that on the fly, but I really like it. So, we have strawberry sprinkles, strawberry without sprinkles, right? You follow me. I like exponential smoothing some, but I hate it in a long lead time supply chain. And the reason that I hate it when the lead times are really long is because tends to be very violent. It makes you react a lot in both directions. It will stop you from purchasing based on a couple of bad months. I mean, if you think about it, 2 months of stockouts could dramatically shift your forecast. Or 2 months of really good sales that are going to be non-recurring could also have the same effect, right? So I'm like, I got a real love-hate thing going on with exponential smoothing for forecasts. Because when people say I'm getting results I don't understand, a lot of times I can trace it back to this exponential smoothing is putting a lot of emphasis on a bad recent data point. Okay? So the easiest fix that I've found for that is this. And what I might do, and see, it's not even letting me go beyond that point, but because you have to have at least 3 formulas. So what I will typically do is, I like this one. This is a straight average of the last 6 months. I think that's a valid formula. I also like this one. If it'll let me even change it. Which I don't understand why it's not.
I think you have to add your own formula.
I think you're right.
I think, is there a right click to add one?
Is there? Oh, insert row. There you go. So I like 3-month average, straight average. Okay. I dig that one.
Now you can deactivate one of those other ones.
I'll tell you this, in a long supply chain with fairly non-seasonal usage, I can get behind a 12-month straight average. Especially if your business is growing somewhat organically, it's pretty established, so on and so forth. I can dig that. What if you have a scenario where you have items that are on again, off again? Like you have a customer that dominates the item, but they buy like 60 days worth at a time. I can get behind that too. You can do what's called an alternating month forecast. Why is it disabled? 10. Yeah, there we go. 10.
P21.
Yeah. Actually, for an alternating month, you'd have to go 20.
I think something's bugged out.
Yeah, probably so. Probably because I hit save.
And look, there's an unknown error trying to...
Yeah, that's fine. It's, whatever. So, and actually let me just clear this and start over because I even messed that up a little bit. If you're trying to do alternating month, the way that you would want to achieve that is, remember, it's got to be like, you could kind of trick it a few different ways, but you could do like 119, 119, 119, something like that. But I really would rather see forecast formulas that are a little more on the conservative side, particularly when my lead times are getting 60 days and beyond. I have seen exponential smoothing formulas cause you to make a purchasing decision that is completely counterintuitive. We had a spike, it just told me to order 12 months worth of our historical usage. That doesn't make any sense. And chances are your supplier couldn't even fill the order anyway. And I've seen it work in reverse, where you have a stock out and all of a sudden it tells you to quit buying. Excuse me. Quit buying for 3 months. And you have worse stockouts down the line. If you're going to use them, what I would recommend is, and I'll usually leave one in here, but I usually pick the tamest one, and that's really the only one that survives. The rest of them, I just get rid of. And I replace them with formulas that look at longer time horizons and have a lot less emphasis on single periods.
Well, this is an opportunity for me to learn something because I've never figured this out.
Okay.
How does P21 decide which one of these to apply to
Yeah.
my item?
What you do is you take, and I think they use the last 12 months, but there's some systems that will go back 24. You basically reforecast the period that just ended. And you reforecast it against all 5 formulas that you have that are active. And the forecast for if you reforecast last month, and let's say that it comes up with 50 and your actual was 51, that's like a little less than 5% error. Okay. The next one forecasts that comes up with 40, and that's like a 11 or 12% error, 20% error, whatever it is. But it looks at what the deviation in percentage is from the actual. And it does that for every formula, and then it picks the one with the lowest error rate. It's very solid. I mean, look, this isn't... I know a lot of times people take issue with how P21 designs a certain feature or whatever. Lord knows I have my own set. But I also give credit where credit's due. This isn't something that Epicor invented. Weighted average forecasting has been around for a long time. The implementation of it, of having to make them all add up to 10 times the number of periods, is a little goofy. But how it calculates a forecast is solid. It's right. It's just about what are you going to use for forecast formulas. The only difference is seasonal. When you're doing seasonal, you're comparing it to those periods a year ago. So like, if you're trying to forecast for March of 2024 on a 3-month seasonal formula, what you're really interested in is what the performance was in February, March, and April of 2023. That's a better indicator of what's going to happen in February, March, and April of 2024. So on the seasonal side, in the seasonal formulas, just know that you're looking from periods 13 to 24, not 1 to 12. You're looking over a year in the past. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So I will tell you that when we do an advanced demand forecasting consulting gig, this is like one of the... I actually have a standard script now of like, I'm changing all of this stuff. The V word gets eliminated. The forecast formulas get blown out and replaced with the ones that I want in there, because I know I'm starting from a very non-violent, non-reactive starting point, and then we can build it up from there. I feel like these formulas are set up with the idea that you're a small distributor buying from a master distributor who can deliver to you in a week. And you can buy once a week from them and receive once a week from them and be extremely reactive. If you're a distributor in that position, okay, let's discuss. And maybe it's just the segment of clients that we get, Matt. I don't know. That description doesn't fit anyone that we work with. Any of them. everybody's got complexity, and it doesn't matter whether it's domestic or overseas or whatever. They have items that have 30-day lead times, 7-day lead times, 180-day lead times. That's just kind of the nature of complex supply chains these days. So I just feel like from that perspective, these formulas, they don't handle that as well out of the box. At least that's been my experience. So, yeah. So that's part of the setup. And then I think the last part of the setup that we can cover with the time that we have left is this screen.
I don't know, because here's my opinion on going over this now. Because to me, this plays into ABC re-rankings, and I kind of feel like.
Well, okay, and we'll stay away from the bells and whistles and stick to the basics.
Okay.
Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. You have to set up demand periods, and it's sort of the same principle as your fiscal year, right? You've got to set these periods up to be able to work in P21. When you move up to, and more specifically if you move to DRP, which we'll cover next week, you also have to have enough periods set up in the future to cover how far into the future you're going. Right? So if you have
specifically for DRP.
Yeah. If you have a 180-day lead time, 60-day review cycle, and a 30-day safety stock, that's a year or thereabouts. It's pretty close to a year. So when you get to June, you're going to be looking into January and February and March's demand periods to develop forecasts. You have to have those demand periods set up. So the best advice I can give you is always be a couple of years ahead setting up your demand years. If it's 2024, you should have demand periods set up through 2026, and that way you never have to worry about it. And then every year you just keep setting them up.
Yeah, and you don't have to run anything with those. Nope. They're just there.
They just need to be there. Yeah.
P21 needs to know those months exist.
Correct. And so, and I don't think we have anybody that doesn't run on a month. No. And I wouldn't really recommend running more than that. I mean, I guess, again, if you're Walmart and you've got 52 demand periods because it's weekly and you're doing $10 billion a year, actually, Walmart's doing way more than $10 billion.
I was about to say, that's kind of low.
Yeah, it's inflation, man. But okay. But I think all of our customers run on a month. So you can go in here then every month, and there's ways to automate this as well. But you would go in every month and say, okay, I need to update my forecasts for February, and you just
actually. Sorry, I was going to say in newer versions, I think they took the schedule out of demand.
Oh, did they really?
Because it always ran kind of hanky.
Yeah.
Can you expand your screen? I don't know if this is a version that.
It does not appear to, or does it?
No, it does. It did.
Yeah, it did.
We always had problems with it, but
yeah, I typically set it up to run on the back end for on-prem, so I don't really mess with this, but this is going to go back and just do everything for that period to get your forecasts updated. Update inventory value. That also determines whether or not you're going to keep a running track of your average inventory value in the back end of P21. And I can't remember what report that comes up on, but there is a table called average inventory value, and it determines this checkbox determines whether that table is going to get populated with data or not. Advanced award in your ADF settings here. Do you want to find best fit formula? That should always be checked yes. That's the whole point of using best fit forecasting. A forecast accuracy test, I need to go look and see what that really does. I've never been able to. The
default setting is 0.7, and I've never.
And it may mean that it's got to be at least that for it to pick. I don't even know.
Yeah.
And then,
I don't know if that plays into the not filtered usage, but it plays into something. I don't know. I can't remember. But anyways,
So those are the basics of it. That's what you want to do. If you check reclassify, you're getting into also doing. Is it?
It doesn't work.
Well,
You need to, my opinion, and at least the stuff I was reading on, doing an ABC class maintenance,
right is.
or excuse me, ranking. Was it ranking, inventory ranking?
Yeah, I think
Where
that's
you
where
should
you want
really
to do it.
Yeah, you should run your demand and then do your inventory ranking, because, and again, we'll get into this one, because you'll go in inventory ranking, everything will be 0, which means nobody ran the demand for the month.
Right.
So,
and then you've got a forecast exceptions tab here, which is showing you things that were, way out as far as what their error were, which we didn't have a forecast for this item. We're going to get all that data set up for next week's demo, and live stream. But anyway, you can get your exceptions from here, dump them out to Excel, whatever you want to do. I don't know that I really love having it here in demand year maintenance, but nobody asked me, so that's where it is. I think that's really, that's about, that pretty well covers the setup. I know we're missing some stuff here, I'm sure.
yeah, like we didn't talk about published lead time and stuff like that, but there's a good video on this YouTube channel down there about published lead time if you want to go watch it.
Yeah.
And that's something we should say. A lot of this stuff that we've kind of, soapboxed on a lot of these topics, there's some very cut and dry, bite-sized chunks that go over a lot of these.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I think pretty much everything other than maybe best fit formula, just because my own working knowledge of it's a little rough. But there's like 20-ish purchasing topic videos on this YouTube channel.
Yeah. And they're all in a playlist too, right?
Yep, there's a playlist. And again, we go over, and there's even stuff that we haven't gone over yet that's in there. So if you kind of want to watch it, to kind of get an idea of some of the stuff that we'll be talking about, there's videos on Porg, on ranking inventory and stuff like that. So maybe when we come back, you'll have some questions. If you click on playlists,
yep,
at the top there,
and then we have, where is it? Inventory tutorial. Is that it?
No, there's actually purchasing.
Oh.
There's actually a purchasing playlist. And I know because I just sent it to somebody. There it is.
Purchasing, right here.
Yeah. And so it literally and there's the published lead time. There's average lead time conversation. I'll go ahead and tell you there's not as much math in those videos. It's more straightforward. But it's just more information for you, and maybe that'll spark some other questions. And if any of you guys are watching this, put a comment still after, that we can maybe queue up some questions for the next purchasing call, just to
absolutely, or give us feedback on the format, whatever. I mean, we're still really new to this and really just trying to figure it out, but we know that we really wanted to have like a direct connection with the user community, in a way where we could just interact. And so it was really important to us to figure out a way that we could do that. We came up with YouTube live streams is like the best way for us to do that. And so we're happy to take suggestions on, hey, what if you did the format this way or whatever, or here's some questions I have, here's some topics I would like you to cover. Make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you get notified when we're doing them. I try to go ahead and put the live stream stuff up a few days in advance so you know what the topic is going to be. Next week is definitely going to be purchasing part 2, and I feel like 8 hours. I think we'll get it in 8 hours. I feel like we'll get it in 8. But it's
maybe
deep. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, like, we haven't bought anything yet. We've been at this for 4 hours.
Well, as long as we don't mention velocity, lead time,
we don't have to anymore. We're done. We've already agreed. Those things don't exist. They're not real. Figment of your imagination.
Stockable will still have to come back up, though.
It will, but that's cool. We really appreciate all you guys watching. Thank y'all so much. This has been like the best turnout we've had for a live stream yet. I am super excited.
My wife was watching.
That's awesome. Again, down at the bottom is our coffee address. So it's ko-fi.com/Atlas Precon. Again, we're donating the first $250 a month that we make on live streams to charity, to Kurt's Closet. So, please consider helping us out with that. And we really appreciate you guys. We will see you all next Tuesday, 10:30 Central. Thank you so much for putting up with our antics. And we really enjoyed it. We hope you guys did too. And we're out.